Hey friends, so let me put this back on an image. So we were going to go through a few issues. I'm not sure exactly how much I can say about some of them, but I think they're very interesting. And so we were going to start off with Chris Hedges, and he was interviewing Andrew Coburn about the really insane amount, or the unhinged amount of money that is spent in war on things that the Pentagon and the military-industrial complex know do not work, and yet they would prefer to spend money on that kind of thing just because it's they're giving money to corporations, and they're also lining their pockets because corporations will, it'll be a tit for tat sort of thing, and so they'll abandon sort of soldiers. And if they need proper weapons or proper armor and all that kind of stuff, they'd rather abandon the soldiers than use these certain technology, military technology that doesn't function, and they'll spend billions on it. So anyway, so Chris Hedges introduces, he does a little introduction, and then Andrew Coburn talks about a couple of specific sort of things that are just amazing. Anyway, they're a little bit sort of gobsmacking, I find, and disgusting. So anyway, and hello to Dee Dee, who's
Hi,
here,
I'm here.
who's always does live streams with me, and it's always a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun doing them, and I want to welcome everybody who's in the chat. Always lovely to see you, and much love to all of you. And so anyway, I will start with this first thing. Is there anybody wants to anybody have anything particular to say about things currently, or if you have any questions, or if you want to make a comment? I'll try and we'll try and sort of address some of the comments. It's just we have a lot of different topics in this live stream, and it'll probably take a while. We may have to kind of end it at some point and do the rest of it another day. But people usually don't mind hanging around, which is amazing. Usually our live streams are about 4 or 5 hours long, aren't they, Dee Dee?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
so
We
anyway,
can't
and
help ourselves.
it's a lovely windy day in Tasmania. It's an island here, so as islands are, they're very windy sometimes, particularly in spring. So it's like crazy windy outside. So this is a perfect day to actually do something inside. And so anyway, so we'll start off with Chris Hedges. I hope this audio is okay. I did some screen recording, so hopefully that didn't interfere too much with it. And I tried to bring all the levels up to the same, so you're not having to crank up the volume and turn it down and stuff. So hopefully
Yeah,
that will be okay.
yeah.
Did you have something to
Oh,
say,
I
Dee Dee?
just saying, yes, it is crazy windy here. It does get really bloody windy here. It's one of the things we noticed when we first got here.
Yeah, really.
It can gust up to 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah. But this house is so solid that
Yeah,
it's amazing, isn't it, Dee Dee?
it
Like
is.
you never hear a creak with this house. It's like
Yeah,
Dee Dee built it very well.
yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to start off with Chris Hedges now.
Mm.
In Andrew Coburn's book, The Spoils of War, he lays bare the naked lust for profit that is behind America's endless wars and bloated military budget. The American war machine, he writes, can only be understood in terms of the private passions and interests of those who control it, principally a passionate interest in making money. Thus, Washington expanded NATO beyond Germany, breaking a pledge to Russian leaders to open up the lucrative arms market in Eastern Europe to defense contractors. The Army insisted on furnishing soldiers with defective helmets from a favored contractor that actually magnify the trauma and traumatic brain injury caused by an explosion. The U.S. Navy's 7th Fleet deployments were for years dictated by a corrupt defense contractor known as Fat Leonard, who bribed high-ranking officers with cash, drunken parties that lasted days, and prostitutes known as the Thai SEAL Team to ensure his more than $200 million in contracts.
Fat Leonard sounds like somebody from The Sopranos. Hey, Dee Dee.
The Air Force spent $50 billion in esoteric devices to deter insurgents' homemade $25 bombs, including the $100 million Lockheed EC-130H aircraft, supposedly equipped with ground-penetrating radar that could detect buried bombs. But after hundreds of flights, this device was found to be useless. Senior Marine commanders agreed to a troop surge in Afghanistan in 2017, not because they thought it would work, but because, in their words, it will do us good at budget time. Coburn provides example after example that exposes the ugly reality of the largest military machine in history, at once corrupt, squalid, and terrifyingly dangerous.
That's amazing that they it's just, I just find it's just so disgusting. But anyway, I'll just let this.
Yeah, there's all kinds of scandals with like the armor and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah.
Anyway, hold on a sec. Let me just have a look at the chat for a second.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Oh, by the way, if anybody notices that our audio levels, Dee Dee and my audio levels, aren't kind of are uneven, or they're not up to the level of the what we're playing, or what we're playing isn't up to the level of our audio levels, could you let us know? Because it's really annoying when you're watching it and you have to keep cranking things up and turning.
Levels were fine.
Okay, great. All the different audio levels. Okay,
but let us know.
Here we go.
Let's look at what's happening now. You had a wonderful line in the book somewhere about how don't look at these wars as failures in Afghanistan, Iraq, anywhere else. From the point of view of those who prosecute them, they're wildly successful. Explain why.
Because, well, you have to think what the object of the exercise is. Is it to win the war? Was it to promote democracy in Afghanistan, to liberate the women? That's what, of course, they told us. But the real reason was perfectly obvious. It was to make enormous sums of money, which they duly did. I mean, now we have figures of $1 trillion, $2 trillion for the price of the war get tossed around. Just think about where that money went. That, even today, $1 trillion is a lot of money, and it's a wonderful amount of money to get for yourself. I mean, we've seen in recent days, last few weeks, the heads of both the Lockheed and Raytheon corporations lamenting that the end of the Afghan war is going to be a knock on their third quarter earnings.
By the way, Lockheed Martin and Raytheon are both funders of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, which is it informs the Australian government, and as you know, they're rabidly anti-China. Anti-China propaganda is what the Australian Strategic Policy Institute put out, which informs the Australian Parliament. And as you probably know, the Australian public are being propagandized to the hilt by the Murdoch media, who owns 70% of all. Yes, 70% of all the media in Australia. So, where a lot of Australians are being sucked into this anti-China propaganda, and of course, there's a level of, you have to have a level of sort of racism there for it to take hold. But I mean, this is the thing. When they started seeing the end of the Afghanistan war, or the powers that be were telling the weapons industry, we're going to wind this war up, they all worked together to find another and that's been happening since Obama in 2014 when they did the pivot to Asia. So they have been lining this war up for years, and now it's really, really in full, unhinged mode. The
Australian Strategic Policy Institute is one of those think tank things that gets referred to constantly by the government and gets put in charge of sort of censoring media, and they get referenced internationally as if they're some special thing, but really it's just a consortium of defense contractors.
And Twitter is now using Australian Strategic Policy Institute to help monitor conversations on Twitter.
News
they've actually, they're actually working with, a number of problematic pro-imperialist sources, but that's one of them that they've introduced now, and call it Twitter safety. So this is the state of things. Twitter is just an arm of the propaganda arm of the U.S. national security state.
Think of the case of Raytheon. They saying there's a cost. There's a cost of the end of the war. $75 million it's costing them. Lockheed, I believe, even more. It's how they think about these. I mean, I tell a story elsewhere in the book about during the Korean War, half the casualties in the first winter of the war on the American side was frostbite. Why? Because no one had bothered to give them adequate boots, because all the money was going on super expensive jet nuclear bombers, which they didn't really need. But they were, very expensive, made people a lot of money, and the boot makers didn't really compete as a lobby. So,
yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, it's crazy. Talking about, the poor soldiers don't have boots, and the poor soldiers in Korea were getting frostbite. But I mean, they were devastating that country. They were, obliterating North Korea. As much as we feel sympathy for the actual people there, and of course we do, the fact that they were there is just disgusting. It's part of imperialism, which is just horrible. And I find myself, I can feel sorry for the people. I think I feel more sorry for soldiers these days with the poverty draft than I did for people in the Korean War, although they were actually drafted. But the whole thing, I don't know. My feeling of sympathy is kind of really tempered by what they were actually doing.
Yeah. Well, it's all
and
awful.
What was happening to.
It's all awful, though, isn't it? Really?
It's all. Yeah, they'll use them as cannon fodder, basically. Yeah. I mean, that term cannon fodder is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
They're completely expendable. They don't really care about their people.
You're talking about the soldiers now.
About soldiers. About anybody on the other side, about civilians. They don't care about people.
Yeah, sure.
And you can really see that in the way they treat veterans and that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, look at the veterans, the unhoused veterans and all that.
They were having to raid enemy trenches to steal their boots. How ridiculous.
Well, you also make this point in Iraq, that at a time when people lacked body armor, Humvees weren't armored, all of this money was going into this high-tech equipment that was useless. And is it the A-10? Do I have that correct? The kind of ground support plane, which was actually quite effective because it wasn't highly sophisticated and highly expensive, was pushed aside. I mean, you can explain how essentially what happened in Korea has just been replicated in the Middle East.
Again, yeah. I mean, how shocking and disgraceful it is, as you say, Chris, that families had to go into debt. Working class families in this country who had sons and daughters in the military, in Iraq, in danger, and they were going into debt to get them body armors and night vision goggles and absolutely essential basic equipment, which the high command couldn't be bothered to get them because, hey, there wasn't enough money in that. Much prefer to spend money on, like the system you mentioned earlier, the $100,000 ground penetrating radar thing, which the Army's own assessment said no effective performance, completely ineffective.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize again that whole thing of it's a propaganda thing, and it's a weird, twisted thing that they do. They actually, bugger up the conditions for the soldiers, but then they'll talk about the sacrifices that the soldiers make to try and justify these wars.
Yeah.
They've put themselves in harm's way. Well, actually, no, you've flown them to the other side of the world to put other people in harm's way, and you don't care about them, and so they're getting stuffed over too.
Yeah.
But and they use that whole narrative of sacrifice and the hardships the soldiers go through as justification for their wars.
Yeah, well, they always parade...
And for overlooking what they're doing to other people.
Yeah, they always parade soldiers in the State of the Union address, don't they? They pick out some soldier and make a big to do about them, and then the rest of the time, the rest of the year, they're just throwing them under the bus and whatever, and you know, and of course destroying other countries, etc.
Let's talk about how an aircraft that was effective, is it the A-10, the ground support aircraft? Because it wasn't expensive, there was a huge shortage of it, even though it was the most effective air support for troops on the ground.
Now, this is a really disgusting. Is a really disgusting story, and just gives one a little glimpse into what is probably just the modus operandi of you know, these modern day wars. This is really awful.
Right. I mean, the history is very interesting. It's a story. The story of the A-10 really tells the whole story in a way, because it came into being. The Air Force, by, you know, the time when they invented the modern defense system in 1948, they had a meeting called something called the Key West Accords, where the services got together and divvied up the missions. And the Air Force got the close support mission, you know, supporting troops on the ground from the air. They didn't care about troops on the ground at all. They'd gotten their independence by being, you know, saying we can win wars, don't need an army, we just can strike at the enemy's rear area with our long-range bombers, and that wins the war. Totally untrue, of course, but it got them independence and got them an enormous budget and, you know, enriched a huge aerospace industry. But they still had this mission. The Air Force, in the early 70s, the Air Force was threatened by the Army. The Army was going to develop its own very expensive helicopter to do this mission. They couldn't have that. So they said, okay, well, we'll put together a ground support plane that'll, you know, so make the Army go away, to kill that helicopter program. And as it so happened, the people they got to build that plane really did a fantastic job. They, you know, actually came up with, what can we do to make it a really effective instrument? And so it can see, you know, it has pilots with great vision, can see exactly what's going on the ground. It can fly low because it's heavily armored, and so on and so forth. And, you know, it was cheap, comparatively speaking. The Air Force hated it. Once they killed the Army helicopter program, they lost interest and have been trying to kill this plane ever since. Today, still, they're at it, even though it's very effective. And I tell a couple of stories in the book about how this, in one case, this resulted directly in the loss of 5 American soldiers, and the other, an Afghan family got wiped out for no reason except that an A-10 pilot, or 2 of them, said, hey, they were sent to bomb a target, which was a farmhouse, and they said, this is a bad target, it's just an ordinary family. And so they refused to do it, to kill this family. A high-tech $300 billion B-1 bomber miles up above, who couldn't even see the ground, let alone spot, you know, what the target was, said, we'll take the job, pressed a button, and, you know, blew apart a family. One small massacre amid hundreds of thousands, but it, you know, it was an example of the system at work.
And this reminds me of, I know this is a terrible example, but it's like when, you know, Big Pharma, they'd rather, you know, Big Pharma and the medical profession like to address always the symptoms rather than the causes of things. And for example, vitamin D, for example, is very cheap. So would anybody, would anybody consider promoting vitamin D to, say, people at a time of a pandemic where it's supposed to be incredibly beneficial, you know, plus the vaccine? They don't, because it's cheap. You know, so they'd rather, you know, promote any other thing that they can sell for a profit. And the same with this. The same is a terrible example, I know, but the same with this. The military would rather, or the weapons industry would rather sell these ridiculous planes, and a lot of them don't really function all that well for huge amounts of money.
Australia ends up buying all these U.S. planes and stuff as part of our being a good lackey, and usually half or more of them are grounded because of lack of spare parts, because they're really not appropriate for our climate, and all these kind of things. I mean, we spend billions of dollars on these stupid planes that most of the time don't work. Yeah, and you know, it is ridiculous, but yeah. It is an interesting story for me, in part because it also shows how different interests have different agendas, and there's more than one thing going on at the same time.
Yeah.
The nationalists and the imperialists want to smash Iraq and would love to smash Iran. They wanted to take over Afghanistan and that kind of thing, and basically invade the Middle East to take control of resources. And the weapons industry, capitalism, wanted to make as much money as it could out of it. And you've got these competing things in the military where the Air Force is quite happy to do over the Army.
Sure.
You know, and everybody has their own agenda.
Yeah.
But it is
and meanwhile,
just
the Afghani people are like the corpse that they're picking over, basically. This is, this is the terrible thing.
They don't care that they're just smashing this country, and they don't care about the actual people on the ground.
No, it's all capitalism. Capitalism and
these sort of things kind of focus on the U.S. side. It's very U.S.-centric. Oh, this is what's happening to our soldiers. Well, it kind of shows the evils of capitalism and how uncaring the government is. But it also takes focus away from the actual victims, the Afghanis or the Iraqis or those people. The same sort of thing with the whole pharmaceutical thing. You see them, a lot of talk about Big Pharma, and Big Pharma is a capitalist organization. So it is evil in that sense. It will always go for as much money as it can make. And at the same time, there are real scientists who are really trying to work on the disease, and the vaccines do work. And at the same time, they're not working on the simple kind of health aspects and the more, not exactly preventative, but certainly preventing worse symptoms. Things
also
like vitamin
ending
D
zoonotic,
and zinc and
helping end zoonotic diseases by going vegan, because a lot of even the common flu is a coronavirus, which is a zoonotic disease. Most of these viruses are zoonotic, aren't they, Didi? So if when we continue to exploit animals and use them, whether it's in quote unquote wet markets or whatever, we're helping zoonotic diseases spread. And the next one, maybe it will end up killing 1 in 2 people.
Well,
the next one after that, maybe 100%
are
deadly.
Not from wet markets. It's things like swine flu and those kind of things. They're from mass industrial.
That's right. And then there's the antibiotic resistance superbugs that are constantly being developed in these industrialized settings, and that includes free range.
Because of the amounts of antibiotics,
we won't go too far down that.
Give them.
But you can find out more. You can find out more anyway if you watch some of. I've got a playlist of vegan videos, but also I can if anybody's interested, there's some there's how to survive a pandemic. Dr. Michael Grieger, he does some interesting things on zoonotic diseases in relation to our what we're consuming, animal products, etc., and how that's relating to the pandemic, etc. Anyway, this next bit is what is he going? This is more of talking about the how corporations are sort of raking it in, while the people on the ground, the civilians as well as the soldiers, are being done over.
Nuclear system that once you're able to put nuclear.
Oh, sorry. This is a bit about the amazing thing that since the 60s, basically, they've been using these ICBM, these ground-to-air missiles, nuclear missiles, and they haven't really needed to use them since they had nuclear submarines, because nuclear submarines can launch from anywhere, and basically the Russians have got an amazing sub now that can travel underwater for 6 months, not come up, can launch nuclear weapons from anywhere, basically undetected, and I think it's actually it's more sophisticated than the US's nuclear weapons at this stage. So who covered that? I think the antiwar.com has mentioned that. But anyway, this is an interesting one. So basically, they've been producing these land nuclear missiles, even though they really haven't had to, which is another way of just pumping more money into the military-industrial complex and the weapons industry.
Weapons onto submarines, it really makes redundant ground-based. And yet they won't let go of the program for the same reason.
That's right. I mean, once they, originally we had missiles on land, to strike back at the wicked Russians, wicked Soviets if they attacked us. Then the Navy comes up with a way to put missiles on submarines, which can't be detected. I mean, still today. I mean, they're invulnerable. So you've got an invulnerable deterrent. Who needs land-based missiles? So that's what the Navy said. This is back in 1960 when they came in. The Air Force couldn't have that, nor could the whole missile industry that depended on these Air Force contracts. So they invented a whole new strategy to justify these completely pointless and extremely dangerous weapons. And the whole new nuclear war fighting strategy. And you can find, shelves full of books about nuclear strategy written by grey-bearded, experts and pundits, which fail to mention why this all happened, which was...
Sorry, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to say, he's saying, why about the aerospace industry, but nuclear subs use missiles provided by the aerospace industry. So they win either way. It doesn't matter whether they're on the land or on sea.
Yeah.
The Trident missiles, which are the major ICBMs on submarines these days, are made by Lockheed Martin.
Yeah.
Because, the Air Force wanted to keep the money. And, will to this day. And they have a whole bunch of senators and congressmen from the states where these missiles are based, in the northern Midwest, Montana and Wyoming particularly, which will fight to the death in the Senate to preserve these, as I say, pointless and dangerous weapons.
Yeah, that's amazing though, that they're redundant and they're still paying for them, isn't it? But it's not when you see the overall that they're doing this all over, all the different military expenditure, it's not surprising. But I didn't know that about the land to air and the nuclear submarines actually making those pretty redundant in a way. I didn't realize that.
I don't think they actually make them redundant, because if you're talking about ICBMs, a missile that can go from the US to Russia, they can send that from anywhere. I mean, it's possible that they could attack them on land, but it's really unlikely that they would be able to do that before they fired them off.
But with those nuclear submarines they have now, with those nuclear subs they have now, they can't detect them and they can fire them from anywhere, even not just off the coast of the US. They can be there,
sure.
So anyway, that's why they, in some ways, they can get there a lot faster with the hypersonic missiles going,
You mean sending missiles to destroy the land-based ICBMs?
No, to attack the United States without detection, sort of thing. That's their latest submarines. But let's move on, because otherwise
sure.
we're going to. This is going to be the longest
that
longest live stream.
Really
What's that?
Obsolete. The thing that submarines really make obsolete, in some senses, are aircraft carriers.
Oh yes,
they're
yes.
Just big floating targets.
They're useless now. This is
in a high-tech war. I mean, in a war with some country like Afghanistan, they don't have a chance of attacking an aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
So they work as floating bases.
Yeah. So this is Tariq Ali, the wonderful Tariq Ali, who's giving a
Furious.
Pardon?
Furious Psyop says, remember, Space Force wants nukes to be launched from space.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That'll be fabulous.
Actually, I heard a very interesting thing where the Russians said that they will send up missiles to space and destroy satellites and put so much space junk up there that it will render their control, their ability to actually see through it, very difficult.
Yeah.
And kind of bugger them up that way.
Yeah.
They won't be able to control the missiles in the same way from space.
Yeah.
The reason why most journalists have not been more obsessed by the Assange case, which clearly across the globe...
Oh, this won't be just about... There's a little bit about Assange in the beginning, but then it goes on to Afghanistan.
Global South, and increasingly, many people in NATO countries are more and more concerned about the allegations of his torture and his continuing incarceration. More journalists aren't bothered because they wouldn't use the freedom of the press that they were given in any case when it comes to wars like Afghanistan.
It's absolutely true. Afghanistan was designated as the good war by the Western governments and their journalistic appendages. And so that's how they covered it. You know, the stories which made it were not the stories revealed by Julian Assange and WikiLeaks in 2010. The Afghan papers published by WikiLeaks showed that the war was just completely unwinnable. And it was useful for other things, for, you know, using Afghanistan as a base to clean filthy money, for increasing the drug trade. But it had nothing to do with freedom or democracy or women's liberation or anything like that, as we now discover after the 20-year occupation collapsed in 7 days. I mean, that showed it didn't even have mass support, which they always used to complain. Oh, the people of Afghanistan are happy. Well, if they were so happy, why did the puppet army of 300,000 Afghans collapse within a week, refuse to fight the Taliban? So it's been a disaster story, and I've been writing about it for 40 years, because the American occupation and the NATO occupation, so-called Operation Enduring Freedom, endured for 20 years. Prior to that, there was a Soviet occupation from December 1979, and in between the two, there was fierce faction fighting between the Islamic factions, which destroyed Kabul. Kabul was not destroyed by the Russians. Kabul was bombed and destroyed, or large chunks of it, by different factions who had fought with the US against the Russians, fighting each other. And it's at that point that the Pakistani inter-services intelligence, and i.e. the Pakistani military, set up the Taliban and propelled them into power with the complete backing of the United States, its agencies, its State Department, Pentagon, etc., the White House.
You slam Moscow's occupation of Afghanistan, but also draw us to the idea that actually what we think about US funding that would lead to 9/11 happened before the Russian invasion of Afghanistan. Jimmy Carter set in train the events that would lead up to 9/11.
Absolutely right. Basically,
Jimmy Carter always gets a pass. I don't know why. I know he does wonderful things with Habitat for Humanity and all that kind of stuff, but he often just gets a pass as if he's the president that did no wrong. Anyway.
What happened in Afghanistan is in 1978, the Shah of Iran put pressure on the government, the Republican government in Afghanistan, led by Mohammad Daoud, and said there are too many commies in your army and air force. The CIA had provided the Shah with lists. These were handed over to Daoud, and he was told, act on it. When this news was leaked inside the Afghan army and air force, officers belonging to the two factions of the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan met, and they organized what we could, I suppose, describe as a preemptive coup. And that preemptive coup in April 1978 was portrayed as a revolution. They tried to make it into a revolution, but they miscalculated on a number of things. And they had promised that now Afghanistan will be democratic in every sense of the word. Well, if that was the case, and you were really going to do that, which would have been a huge step forward, the first thing you needed to do was to convoke Constituent Assembly and decide on a new constitution. Because the last constitution, serious constitution, in Afghanistan prepared in 1918, 1919 by King Amanullah, was a pretty decent constitution, to be honest. And his wife, Queen Soraya, had put into it the right of women to vote.
Now, this is amazing, hey, because this turns out to be the ahead of pretty much all countries.
Yeah.
So in 1918. Yeah. I mean, this is amazing, and lots of people don't know that. Yeah. And they like to present Afghanistan as some sort of we're talking about Afghanistan now, aren't we?
Afghanistan, yeah. Yeah. Afghanistan was very progressive.
Yeah.
It really had a huge amount of stuff for women in very early times.
Yeah.
And under the communist government, it was also really progressive.
So let's destroy it.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
So let's destroy it.
Yeah, can't have that.
Well, I mean, that's where the U.S. and Saudi Arabia funded the Taliban.
Yeah.
So had that constitution been carried through, Afghanistan would have been the first country to give women the right to vote. All women. Before Britain, before the United States, before any European country. So that regime was toppled by the British. So the first government to come in since Ahmadullah with progressive aims and pretensions was the PDPA government after the coup.
Did anybody know that about Afghanistan? What Tariq Ali was just talking about? Because I didn't know that about the right for women to vote. Trying to get that back in 1918.
I actually saw another podcast, I don't remember who was doing it, just probably a week or two before his, where they talked about that and went into it in great detail.
What's that? Sorry.
I saw a podcast or a video on YouTube just about a week or two beforehand that went into that in great detail.
Oh, really? What was that?
I don't remember which one it was.
Oh, wow.
I'll see if I can find it and put it in the comments.
Yeah, I just thought that was really interesting. Yeah. That was one of the reasons I picked this, because I just thought that's great.
Yeah.
They led this preemptive coup in 78. Had they revived that constitution, improved it, summoned a constituent assembly, campaigned for elections, who knows, they might have won. I don't know whether they would have. But not doing that and effectively operating in a very undemocratic way antagonized ordinary people, including in Kabul, the countryside, certainly. And that is when Carter and his national security advisor, he said, we're preparing a bear trap. And they started arming groups in Afghanistan to up the stakes, and that is when they hired bin Laden.
I mean, a British journalist and American journalists can be forgiven for not...
Oh, and this is funny. Okay, so, that's when they hired bin Laden, okay? So, Jimmy Carter doesn't have his hands clean, and nobody who knows anything about how that whole government functions would think that. But I just wanted to add something really funny that I heard. I watched Tariq Ali interview that journalist Seymour Hersh, who helped, expose the My Lai massacre in Vietnam. He's a really good journalist. They were talking about how bin Laden, everybody in that area of where bin Laden was supposedly hiding, knew he was there. Everybody in the area. It was a joke around the whole community. Yeah. Everybody used to laugh about it.
Yeah.
And here's, Obama coming up and going, we found bin Laden. They knew where he was for ages. All the community knew where he was. And so, and this is what Seymour Hersh and Tariq Ali were laughing about.
Yeah. I'll just tell the story too again. I think I mentioned it here before, but when they when they hired bin Laden and started funding the Mujahideen, the U.S. didn't want to pay for the whole thing, so they got Saudi Arabia to pay for a big part of it, like nearly half of the money going to the Mujahideen. And the way the Sauds did it, because it's an absolute monarchy and the kings didn't want to pay for it, they went to the mosques and said, this is a jihad. A Muslim country is being attacked and we have to defend it according to the Quran. And so they not only collected money in the mosques for this, but they started this international thing, which was the beginning really of the jihadist movement, and had people coming from Indonesia and Malaysia and all over the place to these madrasas that were mostly in southern Afghanistan and Pakistan, and that is where the Taliban began, because they were teaching the Wahhabist version of Islam that's common in Saudi Arabia, which has actually been considered by a lot of Sunni Muslims to be more or less heretical.
Yeah.
I mean, the Wahhabists are like very, very fundamentalist.
Yeah.
And they did things like destroyed the tombs of Muhammad's family.
Yeah, yeah.
In Medina.
Jesus, isn't that dreadful?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing that Tulsi Gabbard likes to pretend is, You know what I mean? She
Yeah.
loves to have Islamophobic sort of taunts at, and using that sort of example.
But when the Russians left, that mobilized international jihadist movement that had been created just went elsewhere. And that was really the beginning of ISIS and all these other things.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll just continue on with this. Yeah. This segment's almost finished.
Understanding the slightest idea about Afghan history and how Britain destroyed women's rights. There are obviously people in the Biden cabinet and around Biden's people, maybe people here, going, women's rights, women's rights. You say in the book, just...
You know what the U.S. empire reminds me of? Some really awful monster who's... There's these budding kind of flowers coming up, like these socialist leaning or communist sort of situations that where people could really start to get some equity and equality and all of that, and different groups could, minority groups, whatever, and going around, and the minute this monster sees one of those little flowers coming up, just wants to stamp them out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stamping and stomping out anything that looks like it's going to do that. That's really what the U.S. empire is, isn't it?
Yeah.
A sadistic stomping monster.
Bringing up this a bit forward, that rape, widespread rape, indiscriminate civilian killing, child killing, this accompanied the ISAF occupation of Afghanistan.
Yeah, it did. And, they have not provided any figures on rape. When I made this allegation in public, on television, radio, in writing, they denied. They asked me for my proof. Well, where's your proof? I said the proof is reports coming out of Afghanistan from women's organizations, some of which, one in particular, is not keen on the occupation. And they've told me that actually rape went down during the Taliban period, and it is now up again because the Northern Alliance, with whom the West was in cahoots, were no better, marginally even worse on this question than...
Actually, Abby Martin in Empire Files did a great thing on Afghanistan and the CIA actually being literally a part, not only organizing, but literally a part of the death squads, basically, that were going around, Didi?
Yeah.
That were going around in Afghanistan and just killing families, massacring people. Anyway, you're going to have to listen to me, Didi, because Didi hasn't seen a lot of this, what I'm actually posting, so this is totally new to her right now, some of these segments I'm posting sort of thing, so you can't be typing and not listening.
I was listening to you.
Oh, you were? Okay, then. All right.
So their allies carried on. The other question I raised is, could you give us statistics on the number of brothels that have been set up in Afghanistan to accommodate the NATO armies and help Operation Enduring Freedom?
This is awful. Setting up brothels, Didi, for NATO in Afghanistan.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, how many sex workers have to endure working in brothels in Afghanistan? Because the reports from Bosnia during the Yugoslav war and other places is quite horrendous. Never did we get a single reply. And this is a story which really needs to be investigated now that it's possible to find out what happened and where are those women now.
Good luck with that investigation.
That's happened almost everywhere that the U.S. has set up military bases.
But that'd be fascinating to find out all about that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, really and truly. The only mention that I've ever heard was right in the beginning, of these wars. How I don't know if it was Iraqi women or Afghani women were having to do sex work to make ends meet, basically.
Yeah. That's
the only thing I saw, but I have, you don't hear about these sort of all the ugly underbelly of all this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the
women are always the first to suffer, aren't they? Women and children.
Yeah. Luna talks a little bit about that, I think, tangentially, about
Luna Oy from
Luna Oy.
The Vietnamese communist
talks about that sort of thing happening in Vietnam. I mean, the U.S. just creates these situations where women are basically almost compelled into sex work.
Yeah.
It's one of the very few options they have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's read a few comments while we're because I feel so rude when people are making comments and stuff,
and good comments too.
And we're not able to read them. The thing is now there's so many I don't know what they'd be in relation to, but let's read the last one from Dawn. Do you want to read it, Didi?
So true. When our nation had land returned, it was carved out to include my family's land as part of the reservation. We didn't mind, as it means it was preserved. Monetarily, we suffered for years. I mean, the U.S. broke so many treaties with Native Americans, and it was disgusting. And one of the things, talking about Carter, was under Carter, during the so-called energy crisis, Carter created the notion of national sacrifice areas, and that was mainly the Four Corners area, which is Navajo Hopi area, and Apache Reservation was also there, and the Black Hills area, and both of those have a lot of resources. Four Corners, of course, it has both uranium mines and that situation is disgusting with because in Native American reservations are considered federal, they are exempt from state environmental protection legislation. So the federal government or any industry can come in and do whatever the hell they want in those places.
Wowza.
And in places like Shiprock, which is one of the major kind of capitals for the Navajo reservation there were just drifts of uranium tailings dust up against houses and in the river, and children would come from swimming in the river with radiation burns and that kind of stuff. It was disgusting. There was a town called Red Rock where a lot of they did the thing of, we have this great uranium mine, but we'll give you some employment. And so many of the people from Red Rock, the Native American people, died that the town ended up becoming a town of widows. And the government tried to, before it would give them any kind of social support, get them to move away down to Flagstaff or some other big town. And there was a campaign called the Widows of Red Rock to support them to stay on their own land. But the Widows of Red Rock were widows because of the uranium mines.
Widows of Red Rock, that's what is that a group?
That was a group.
Oh, wow.
This was in the 70s. I was involved with the Mount Taylor Alliance and stuff there. And the Black Hills Alliance. Black Hills Alliance was, again, nuclear stuff. That was mainly Lakota people. And that's been sacred territory for a lot of the Lakota, Cheyenne, and different Plains tribes for a long time.
And they do this kind of stuff in Australia. You know, that Maralinga thing right in the middle of Australia. Yeah. Did they even bother to see if there were any Indigenous people in that area,
I think they were happy to have them there. They could study the effects.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. But they didn't give them any heads up. And then they did this nuclear weapons testing.
In southern New Mexico.
Fucking outrageous.
Where they tested the nuclear bombs. They also were testing nerve gas and so on. And they were watching the weather, and they tested it at a time. There are Apache reservations down there. And they tested it at a time when they knew the nerve gas would get blown into these areas where the Apache were herding sheep and so on.
Yeah.
In part to study the impact of nerve gas on the people and sheep. So they knew that it was going to attack those people.
Yeah. Remember when they did in the Marshall Islands, you know, in The Coming War on China, that documentary by John Pilger, where they brought all these farm animals up onto these ships, the decks of the ships.
Yeah.
Of course, they had humans there too, but they tied the farm animals to the decks of the ships.
Yeah.
And there were many naval ships there. And then they
talked about that.
Yeah, and then they exploded these bombs, of course.
Yeah.
Marshall Islands was just, and then they tested basically on the people, the indigenous people of those islands.
Yeah.
And then would go there and do regular medical examinations on them.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is where white supremacists, these colonizing forces treat indigenous people like basically, and this is where, when you're a vegan, this becomes very pronounced, like animals, you know what I mean, Dee Dee? Like experimental animals.
Yeah.
And, they treat indigenous people like that. They treat non-human animals like that. It's all in the same group. And that's where, this is where I like to always connect veganism, which is the ethical position, and a discrimination based on, otherizing a group based on species, with otherizing groups based on, different race or whatever, and then there's a whole, anyway, I won't get into that, but base discriminations which otherize a group. So it's all connected. It's all the faces of the same ignorance, and this is repeated over and over again. Treating indigenous people like, in quotes, they're animals, and and then treating animals like animals because they're viewed as property today, legally as property, and that's why vegans reject that property status of animals. Anyway, we should probably keep on with this, Dee Dee, and otherwise this will be the longest live stream in history.
It won't be. We've done long ones.
Yeah, just hold on. Wait a minute.
Dawn says, "Oh my God, nuclear weapons testing on Aboriginals." Yes, and this is one of those situations where
and
they
soldiers
actually had
too.
Soldiers come.
Yes, soldiers came to view it.
To view, they made them go out to view at a distance, but not at a safe distance.
Yes.
To view the nuclear explosions.
So they were testing on the soldiers and indigenous people, who, of course, indigenous people didn't even know that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Right. So, but
and
of course,
land. So that means it is poisoned.
Exactly. And of course, let's not forget all the animals that are in that area, because that's never ever seen as of any consequence. Doesn't matter. For example, how often do you see any mention of when they Agent Oranged and millions and millions and millions of tons of that in the forests and destroyed all the forests in Vietnam? Whoever mentions the animals, probably the billions of animals that suffered agony and died in those jungles of Vietnam. They're completely
to the ecology, to the jungles themselves, and that meant all of the animals, from kind of microscopic ones up to very large animals, the kind we want to preserve. All of the animals.
Yeah, and they'd be still suffering today. But this is something, when you're a vegan, and I'm hoping that everybody in the world becomes vegan, meaning they stop viewing animals as property and resources, that we start to always think about, we end our own use of animals in our own life, but we also start to think about every action we do also affects non-human animals, who are the greatest population on the planet. It's 99.9% of the planet's population are non-human, and we're a very small percentage. So that's why, we need to start incorporating all our fellow earthlings on the planet. Anyway, we should
Dawn was saying that the soldiers were aware of it, just not that they were part of the experiment. Yes, and of course, when they're dealing with native people, first peoples who are there, they don't care. They don't care.
Oh, and by the way, when that was done, I think indigenous people were still viewed as fauna.
Yes,
weren't they? Legally in Australia, up until 1968, indigenous people were viewed as fauna, meaning they were
not considered human.
They were not considered human. So that would have been, would have been seen, I think, I can't remember, when was that, Dee Dee, with that Maralinga testing?
Oh, God, that was in the 40s.
Yeah, well, see, they would have just considered them irrelevant.
Yeah. And
they could do that. And this is how connected speciesism is to racism. That's why, I like to link it, because it's all related. And literally, in that way, They were viewed as animals, basically, like other animals, and therefore irrelevant. They had no personhood, and so it was okay to go ahead and do that.
Even in the past few days, the 10 civilians or more killed by a drone strike in the end of the occupation, the Pentagon says no one will be prosecuted. You say in the book that, and I suppose one could say that what you were talking about there was facilitated by the International Monetary Fund in a way, indirectly. What do you mean by the IMF being partly responsible for the creation of what would become 9/11, I suppose, political Islam?
You create a system in which you take away the safety net from large numbers of people in the global south, many of them in Muslim countries, but not exclusively. What do you leave them with? You leave them with nothing. You create an emptiness in these societies. And in situations like this, religious preachers can be very effective, saying no one does anything for us, only God. And the only way you will do it is by doing A, B, C, D, E, F, whatever their motives are and whoever their enemies of the time are. And so this entire economic policy framed by the global economic institutions emptied these countries. Emptied and gave them no hope at all. They didn't know what to do, and the pattern is virtually the same. Of course, in some countries like Pakistan, these groups were deliberately created from above in order to fight the jihad against the Soviet Union, or in order to do what the United States wanted to be done in relation to setting up a Taliban government, etc., etc. But in most cases, the attraction to small minorities, it has to be said, of jihadi Islam is linked to the economic crisis in these countries when nothing is done for them. They live in miserable conditions, no health system, functioning health system, no functioning education system, and at the same time, they see an elite in their countries belonging to the same religion getting richer and richer and richer, living in a bubble world, but within this bubble world, private jets fly them from one part of the country to the other. Their children go to top schools, which exist in that country but are not available to an overwhelming majority of the population. I sometimes wonder how come the hate isn't larger at this moment.
The hate isn't larger at this moment, exactly.
That the world has changed. China occupies a very big place now in any serious geopolitical thinking in that region. The first country visited by the new Taliban leaders was China. We still haven't had a detailed account of the talks, but it's fairly clear that two things were discussed. A, that Afghanistan shouldn't be used as a base by jihadi groups against any country. And secondly, discussions on coming into China's Belt and Roads Initiative and having some infrastructure developed. Add to that when the war against Afghanistan started, Iran backed NATO because of its own rivalries with the Taliban, and Herat was a hotspot of opposition to the Taliban government. Compare it with this time.
Harith, I know that is a terrible, the auto translation here is terrible. But what is that, Harith? What is he talking about there? I don't know. That must be a city or something. Is it? Anyway, sorry, you were going to say something, Didi?
Never mind.
No, I'm sorry. Did I? I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
What? No. Okay, go
You've
ahead.
lost it? I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Didi.
As the Taliban entered Herat, there was no opposition as such. So the indications are, and more than indications.
Okay.
I know what I was thinking.
Yeah.
He was talking about the fact that the Taliban turned to China.
Yes.
I mean, the United States.
Why wouldn't you?
And the West is so bloody awful, and so exploitative that, in a sense, the only way you can turn to them is to give up all of your control.
Yes.
And if you don't want to do that, the only other people to turn to really are China and Russia.
Yeah.
And because they're the only other forces that have a large enough power base that they can what?
Remember when Trump said to in the DPRK said to Kim Jong-un, he let slip that it was going to be the Libya model. Yes, to be dragged through the streets and sodomized with a bayonet and then executed in front of everybody and humiliated.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great model.
Yes. But I was going to say, like the only people they can turn to really are China and Russia.
Yeah.
And when they do turn to those people, the U.S. then has an excuse to say, see, they're evil. Because they're consorting with the enemy. and that makes them the big enemy. Yeah, and therefore it's justified to do anything you want.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, for the U.S., the first thing they do when they leave Afghanistan is to take all of their money internationally and cripple them.
Yeah.
Economically.
Yeah.
Or attempt to do that.
Yeah. Well, Afghanistan, they've still got $10 billion. The U.S. empire has stolen $10 billion, I think, dollars or $8 billion from Afghanistan and won't give it back.
Sure.
And now there's a terrible.
They've done that with Venezuela.
Yeah.
They've done that with Iraq.
Yeah, exactly.
They've done that with Syria.
And now. Yeah. And now there's a great famine. There's a great starvation happening in Afghanistan. Yeah. People are, and there's masses of refugees now that have been going to Iran, and Iran's been accepting them, but now they can't take any more. And that's how bad things are now. They're not trying to help at all to make, after they've left, they're trying to still cripple Afghanistan, and so that they can stay there. They're going to use that, the worsening humanitarian situation there to go back or to remain. Well, they're still there anyway with their private armies or whatever, the mercenaries and stuff. But you know what I mean?
Well, not so much, because the Afghanis won't put up with them, really.
Yeah, but I mean, there's still mercenaries there, I think.
Aircraft carriers and use them as bases for bombing and
yeah, sure.
Like
but
that.
I mean, they want the CIA want the opium poppies, and
what's interesting,
the big pharma want the opium.
The opium. I mean, the opium follows U.S. wars. I mean, opium was produced in the Vietnam Wars. There in the Golden Triangle and in Laos and places like that, and then they go to Afghanistan and suddenly opium production, that's the center of opium production. Wasn't before. But I'm betting that they will have some sort of a war in Africa, and it will become the new center for opium production.
In where? In Africa?
In Africa.
Probably.
I bet.
Yeah.
That's a prediction.
Okay.
We know that since 2015, 2016.
I hope people are finding this interesting. I hope so. We've got other different topics, and I don't feel at all qualified really to be commenting on Afghanistan or any of these things, but it's but that's why I show these particular people speaking about these issues, because they know way more than I do. So hopefully I'm not adding ignorance to the whole thing, but anyway.
16, the Iranians have been in discussions with the Taliban. Without any doubt. They are suggesting that the Afghans go for a constitution. They would suggest the Iranian model is better. Well, that is better than nothing. I will grant you that. And they're suggesting pacts between the two countries and no more battles and rivalries, etc. So it's the changed world. And Iran's big changed role, they have no illusions now in the United States at long last. China's changed role. Russia is not backing into the last phase, didn't back what was happening in Afghanistan. So this big shift, I think, offers some hope. I'm not too hopeful, actually. There's a gloomy side to me, but I am more hopeful than I've been for some time.
And the great thing about China and Russia helping various countries, like China and Russia have been helping Venezuela circumvent some of these awful acts of war, these dreadful sanctions, and they sort of have been helping different countries that are targets of the US, because it's in their interest to do so. Every country that gets picked off, or overtaken and occupied by the US is one more country that they don't have as an ally, and it's really should be the world against the US empire. The US empire must fall for there to be any hope of sort of any kind of normality or any kind. I'm not saying that Russia and China are anything to all governments are
they're
problematic.
Not perfect by any means.
No, they're not perfect by any means, and it's a mistake for any of us on the left to be upholding and putting on a pedestal any country that's in the crosshairs of the US and claiming that there's some kind of fabulous situation and ignoring any problems they have. which is something that I've seen every so often people doing, ignoring problems with China. And that doesn't mean you don't want to join in on the CIA narratives about China that are leading to a war, but you also don't want to go the other way and become like a cheer squad for that particular country either. That's something that, we don't want to do. Anyway, but China and Russia, I'm so glad that they have this kind of nuclear parity with the US, because they're probably the only countries that can really challenge this dreadful,
I think
monstrous.
Russia really does have nuclear parity or superiority,
and China is getting there.
I think will rapidly have that.
Yeah, which is vital. Really, you have to have that to be able to stand up to them.
Yeah.
But anyway,
my real problem with that whole thing is the U.S. in becoming a military threat for China has forced China to militarize in a way that it hasn't been doing until the last 10 years or so. And what that means is that they're creating this huge military presence. And what we were talking about before, different groups have their own agendas. And when you have a big, powerful military organization, it will have its own agenda regardless of how China is.
What's that saying? When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If you have this powerful military, and then you get the wrong people, of course, attracted to that kind of power, then things can go awry. And it doesn't matter what country. But anyway, this is almost finished. This. Okay, so this next bit is Alexander Mercouris. Now, Alexander Mercouris he's problematic in that he's associated with the Duran, which is a right wing kind of, and props up different it's not good basically. But his analysis just by himself, when he's by himself and he's talking about Europe and about Russia and China, is actually very good. And he's talking about Julian Assange here. He actually gives really great analysis just by himself about political issues. When he's not giving so much opinions about things, like when he's associated with the Duran. So that's why I'm pointing out this particular thing. He's talking about the U.S. assurances to Assange, which of course you can never trust. The U.S. does not keep its promise about anything, whether it's to indigenous people in treaties, and in this case, with the Marino case, in relation to in the Marino case, it shows. It's a great example. Richard Medhurst has done something about the Marino case and Julian Assange. That it's a great example that the U.S. Pretends that they're going to keep their assurances about extradition, where people are going to be placed and all this kind of thing. But it's just it's all smoke and mirrors, and they have no intentions. But we already knew that.
They do letter of the law thing and figure a way to do the same thing without contravening the letter of the law. Instead of putting somebody in prison X because they promised they wouldn't, they put them in prison Y, but then create virtually the same conditions.
Something like that, Yes. Okay.
And note two important things. Firstly, they list the assurances. They don't go through the assurances in detail. They don't go through the cases in detail. We're going to discuss Mendoza and these other cases in detail. They don't actually undertake what one would have expected, a thorough...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean Marino. Did I say Marino? I meant Mendoza. Mendoza is the case that Richard Medhurst talked about.
And detailed discussion of the assurances themselves, and explain why they are going to accept them, and why they think that the arguments that they should not be accepted are wrong. They don't, for example, look at the details of the Mendoza case and of the other cases which have been brought to them. Now, that, again, is very remarkable, given that they've just accepted that if he's going to be sent to the United States, his medical condition and the prison conditions there are such as might put him in danger. You would have thought that there would, in that kind of situation, be a detailed discussion and analysis of the assurances to explain why they were being accepted. And we come to the actual conditions in which the hearing was held. So we have a hearing, the hearing where the judgment is read out, the High Court reads out its judgment. The lawyers are actually told not to come, and they are told that no submissions will be accepted. What submissions? There can only be one conceivable set of submissions that I can think of, and that would have been an application to the High Court for permission to appeal the judgment to the Supreme Court, to the UK Supreme Court, because that's the usual practice. First, you apply to the court that's made the decision for permission to appeal to the higher appeal court. Then, if that application is refused, you go to the appeal court, and you, in this case, the Supreme Court, and you ask the Supreme Court for permission. Well, the whole scenario looks as if it was intended to physically prevent an application like that being made on Friday. Why did they do that? Well, first of all, they know that they can't prevent an application for permission to appeal to the Supreme Court. The only reason I can think of is that if they were going to refuse an application for permission to appeal to the Supreme Court, they would have had to do that which they did not do in any adequate way in their own judgment, and explain in detail why they were accepting the assurances. They didn't want, in other words, to carry out that discussion of the previous cases like Mendoza.
And that reminds me, excluding all those different things reminds me of that Rittenhouse trial where they excluded context, so much context that it made the whole thing a kangaroo court and a sham. It made it a sham, but in favor of Rittenhouse. And in this case, they exclude so much, and then they've got the U.S. lies of assurances and all of that. I mean, the whole thing, it's a sham. But anyway, that's amazing that they tried to prevent those lawyers. It's just disgusting, isn't it?
It's weird game playing. That's something that really shits me about the legal system, is how lawyers manipulate the rules. And it shows how really disinterested they are in any kind of justice or actually discovering the truth.
Yeah. Truth, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so now this next bit. This is Tom Nicholas, who's a YouTube guy who creates interesting videos. He's English, and he's talking about how do you spot a potential fascist. And I think this is this is it. How to spot a potential fascist. Now, I find these different 8 characteristics of people who are inclined to go in that direction. I find that interesting. And as you've mentioned, Dee Dee, a lot of socialists at the time of Hitler ended up, going in the direction of Hitler, didn't they?
It wasn't so much the socialism. I mean, the National Socialist Party was very anti-communist.
Right.
But they were originally the National Socialist Workers' Party.
Yeah.
And they really tried to appeal to nationalism and to the working class.
I think there might be somebody at the door, Dee Dee.
Made up the stories.
I might wait and look. I might wait and look at the.
I'll go.
Okay, we've got somebody at the door, and Dee Dee, put on a mask, will you? We've got Omicron at the moment, sort of going around Tasmania, and it's probably a delivery person. So just don't get too close. Put a mask on, Dee Dee. Okay, good. Sorry, we are trying to keep down. They've opened the borders of Tasmania, and as you know, we're an island, and we've had pretty much COVID-free for the last almost 2 years now. So it's been pretty normal here, and they've opened the borders just before Christmas. Yay! And now the Omicron is starting to pick up. 90% of the people in Tasmania have been double vaccinated, but there's about 50,000 people who haven't, and so we're expecting that it's going to be a real shit show in the hospitals in the next few weeks with Omicron, even though it's looking like Omicron is actually a lesser, it's probably going to be it's going to be less of a problem than Delta. But anyway, I'm playing something just at the end about that.
I just wanted to say something about the Omicron thing.
Who was that, Dee Dee?
Nobody. It was the wind or something.
Oh, okay.
There was no one there.
The reason I thought something had happened is because our youngest cat, anytime somebody comes to the door or near the door, because we live rurally, he runs and jumps up onto the top of the cupboard and looks concerned.
Yeah.
He's like our little watch cat, isn't he?
Yeah.
So anyway, I thought there was somebody at the door.
Anyway, just about the whole Omicron thing. I mean, it is completely ridiculous because basically Tasmania, through virtually the entire pandemic, has been COVID-free.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, aside from right at the beginning, because we've closed our borders and do contact tracing and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And so we've been able to run around and do, like go to coffee shops, go to the movies.
Yeah, it's been
not
pretty
have
normal.
Any worries about any of that stuff. And just before Christmas, they decide to open the borders. And of course, Omicron, there's a lot of breakthrough cases with Omicron.
Yeah.
And so people who are vaccinated will get it. But our health system has been notoriously stretched for a long time.
Yeah.
And the most ridiculous thing with all of this is they've opened it up just before Christmas. And as soon as they've opened it up, of course, Omicron comes in and starts spreading. In 4 days, there has been 7 cases, including some local here.
And we expect it's going to spread,
just become endemic.
Yeah, endemic, because that's the nature of that. But also, at some point, we have to open up. But it's like the choosing of the timing.
It's Christmas.
Yeah.
If you wanted any better time to maximize the spread of this, you have, and of course in Tasmania, it's not only Christmas, but it's high summer. And so there's music festivals, folk festivals, all these events.
Yes.
Which they've kind of been plumping. And of course, now that 4 days in and the Premier sees 7 cases of COVID, and he's saying everybody's going to have to wear masks inside all the time. And I can just see he's going to cancel.
Yes, he's going to cancel the whole. Yes, I mean this is as predictable as you could imagine. Like Dee Dee and I basically have gotten stocked up on things because we've got prepared for this, and we're not really going anywhere until we know what's going on with the hospital system here. Yeah. So we're kind of in our own little lockdown because we don't feel like we don't know exactly. If you've been double vaxxed, which we both have, you don't know what kind of breakthrough cases are going to be like. It looks like they're not going to be as severe as Delta. They look like they're going to be sort of fairly mild, but who knows, Yeah. And I'm older, so is Dee Dee. So anyway, we and by the way, this is, for all that certain journalists who shall remain nameless. No, I don't need to remain nameless. I don't need to not say who it is. People like Max Blumenthal, who like to paint Australia as this authoritarian nightmare where people are being dragged off the street and thrown in these awful concentration-like camps and all of this. He's completely abandoned journalism for that, for his narrative, his deranged anti-vaxxer stuff, right? And also basically telling people they should go and get monoclonal antibodies instead of getting a free vaccine, even though monoclonal antibodies cost $2,100. So that's really what I consider privileged thinking. But anyway, putting that aside, Max Blumenthal doesn't really know much about either how Tasmania, all the people the 90% of people who have come forward of their own accord, they haven't been pressured. There's been no mandates to get vaccines on the general public. I think there are. I don't believe in mandates.
There are for the aged care section.
I don't believe in mandates, and I don't believe in. I think if you're a health worker, I think actually that's probably not a bad idea, because who wants a health worker with COVID working around immunosuppressed people? I just think that's a no-brainer, but that's me. But I'm not for mandates on the public. I'm not for mandates and vaccine passports or anything. But I am for I understand even with this Omicron in South Africa, 9 out of 10 people that are in hospital are unvaxxed. These are facts. This is a fact that mostly throughout the world, in ICUs around the world, most of the people in ICU are unvaxxed patients. And that's something that anti-vaxxers like to ignore again and again, but that is a fact. It's not a conspiracy of all the ICUs in the world. It's not a conspiracy, and it's not a conspiracy of all the hospitals in the world. The fact is, unvaxxed people are the majority of patients who have COVID in hospital.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that there can't be vaccinated people with a breakthrough case who end up in ICU. It happens occasionally. And of course, there's the weird thing that the more people who are vaccinated, fully vaccinated, the more people who are vaccinated you will see in hospital. And that's because if 95% of the people are fully vaccinated.
It's 90%, isn't it, here?
Well, okay, if 90% are fully vaccinated and, 5% of those people end up in hospital, maybe, then it is a number similar to if 90% of the unvaccinated people end up in hospital. It'll be the same numbers, but that's why you can't look at numbers. You have to look at percentage of the population.
Yeah.
You have very small percentages of the vaccinated population in ICU.
Yeah.
You have very large percentages of the unvaccinated population in ICU.
Anyway, Didi and I don't know how, if we get a breakthrough case, and apparently at this point,
Kim told a nice story about Sari.
Huh?
Kim told a nice story about Sari.
Oh, yeah? Oh, sweet.
Sari is her watch cat.
Yes. Oh, okay. I'll have to have a look at that, Kim. The thing is, we don't know what a breakthrough case might look like if it's Omicron, but it's looking like 70% of people who are vaccinated may not even get any symptoms. But that it's all new, right? The Omicron thing, and it's developing every day.
Yeah.
So, who knows? But we'd rather not. We'd rather try and lay low for a couple of months until we see how it plays out in Tasmania, see how the hospital system is, because you wouldn't want to
actually get these antiviral drugs.
Yes, there's those antivirals,
available.
Paxlovid, which is apparently it was incredibly successful even for people who are unvaccinated, people who had comorbidity issues that were over 60 years old. Paxlovid, which is an antiviral medication that you take, not inject.
You take if you take it as soon as you start getting symptoms, it will make it so that you're unlikely to get really severe symptoms.
Yeah, and at some point, I'm sure that they'll have that antiviral. Which people will probably be able to take immediately upon getting symptoms. Although if Omicron becomes the main variant, which it looks like it will be, hey Didi, it's overtaking Delta. It collects in the bronchus rather than gets right into the alveoli, and so that's why it's easier to transmit, because it's in the large bronchus
basically
tubes.
Your windpipe.
Yeah, your windpipe. So it's really easy.
Your lungs.
Yeah. So it doesn't appear to be getting right into the lungs, into the alveoli, and creating those acute respiratory syndromes that end up killing people. And so, the symptoms that have been people are presenting with, say in London, where Omicron is actually throughout the UK, it's almost endemic now, isn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
They have very simple symptoms like runny nose. That's the main one. Headache is the second symptom. I think, what was the third one?
Coughing.
No, I don't think they had coughing. I think it was runny nose, headache, sore throat.
Sore throat.
So there's like 3 main symptoms: runny nose, headache, and sore throat. So they are the symptoms that people seem to be presenting with.
I think,
and I think that might be vaccinated people, but unvaccinated people are not. I think they can have more severe disease. But anyway, I didn't intend to talk about that because I know that's such a inflammatory issue, and I wanted this to be mostly about politics and stuff. But then Aoife went to the door, and then and then it brought that to my mind. But anyway, I'm going to play this bit about Omicron toward the end there, and but it's looking like Omicron could be the end of the pandemic, doesn't it, Didi?
Yes,
possibly.
It looks like.
Hopefully,
it looks like between antiviral drugs, vaccination, and the high transmissibility but lower production of production of less severe symptoms. It might be near the end of the pandemic. I think it'll still be shitty for unvaccinated people, and I think it is still critical for a lot of places in the world where they don't have vaccine.
The global south, although Vietnam, I hear, has now got vaccines from Russia, like Sputnik, and also from Cuba, and they're making their own. There's 2 different special vaccines that they're making. But now, I'm sorry for anybody
Vietnam
who's
is in much better place than a lot of places in Africa. For
now,
example.
I'm sorry for anybody who's listening who just hates this whole thing. I hate it too. I wish it would end because I find this whole the way people are dealing with this to be quite unhinged, really. And I really wish it would. I hope we move on from this pandemic, because I'm finding the way some people are reacting to this to be completely bent.
Of making vaccine for a pandemic disease, the hill people want to die on.
The hill they want to die on.
And
conflating. This is the thing. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be going into this again, but conflating vaccine efficacy, which it actually does. I've said this before. It's a fact. It keeps most people out of ICU if they're double vaccinated, right?
Yeah.
Conflating that with mandates and passports and all of that, and also making out as if I don't see any of the particular anti-vaxxers like Max Blumenthal criticizing China. China did all the things that Max Blumenthal is criticizing everybody else for doing, and calling people COVIDian cultists and fascists, basically calling people fascists, right? He never complained about China when China locked down and did it in a very extreme way. And look at China. They basically have managed it. You have to do that immediately as things happen, Didi.
Yeah.
You have to do it straight away, otherwise it doesn't work. And sadly, in the United States, it's so endemic.
We've been well off here in Tasmania.
Yeah. But in the United States, it's so endemic, it's almost like pointless, isn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
But anyway, and he's projecting what's the shit show that's in the United States on all other countries, particularly Australia, and calling us like some authoritarian nightmare. I'm sorry,
anyway,
but
let's talk
that is
about
not
fascism.
Yeah, that's not my experience. But let's talk about real fascism now. So this is about how to spot a potential fascist, and and this is something to keep in mind of people's motivations and stuff like that. So just hold on a sec. Let's get this. Sorry about the rant about COVID, but it's just exhausting. It's exhausting.
I ran out to the door,
I'm so tired of
the fact that it was a real shift in Germany. Germany was in many ways very open. I mean, it was sexually open. It was very into diversity and that sort of thing before the rise of the National Socialists.
Yeah.
And so there were a lot of liberal people.
Yeah.
And the unions were fairly strong. But the National Socialists played on nationalism and tried to get the workers on side against the communists. Mm. And that's where you end up with, the National Socialist Workers' Party was the Nazi Party.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go with this, Didi.
Yeah.
surveys and their follow-up interviews, the researchers argued that there were 9 personality traits which were often present within those who had expressed sympathy with fascist talking points. The first was conventionalism, or a rigid adherence to conventional middle-class values. As we perhaps saw in the discussion of differing approaches to political and religious belief formation, those deemed potentially fascistic put a great emphasis on wanting to conform to the perceived norms of the society around them. The second was authoritarian submission, or a submissive, uncritical attitude toward idealized moral authorities of the in-group. This is clearly related to the previous aspect, but points more specifically to a tendency to be deferent to those within their in-group who have power over them. This might include parents, an employer, or a politician. Importantly, they were likely to follow the guidance of powerful individuals and institutions from within their in-group in an entirely uncritical and unquestioning manner. The third was authoritarian aggression, or a tendency to be on the lookout for and to condemn, reject, and punish people who violate conventional values. Alongside a desire to conform to societal norms, then, there was generally a belief among those who had agreed with fascistic statements that anyone else who fails to conform to those norms should be harshly punished, no matter what their reasoning for breaking from those norms was. The fourth was anti-introception, or an opposition to the subjective, the imaginative, and the tender-minded. The researchers found that those who had scored highly on the ethnocentrism scale had a hostility to any kind of subjective or emotive discussion about the world, their position being that what the dominant social order holds to be facts, to borrow a phrase, don't care about your feelings. The fifth was stereotypy, or the disposition to think in rigid categories. We've already seen this at play in the potential fascists' views towards quote-unquote minority groups. There was a tendency to view the ethnic group that a person belongs to as that person's defining trait, and also to view everyone within that group as essentially the same, or, as the name of this personality trait would suggest, as a stereotype. The potential fascist was shown to apply this kind of rigid, stereotypical thinking to every aspect of the world. The sixth was power and toughness, or a preoccupation with the dominant, submission, strong, weak, leader-follower dimension. Everything to the potential fascist is about power. They often like to think of themselves as essentially strong, but perhaps view their power as being restrained by some aspect of democratic society.
This reminds me of libertarians almost. You know how libertarians are, got to get rid of government, yet they want capitalism to just run riot. I'm not saying that libertarians are fascists, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They want to be unencumbered by anything.
Yeah. Well, they're also uncritical of their idea. Their ideas are very simplistic. It's very black and white and very absolute.
Who,
it's
libertarians? Oh, you're talking about
the whole fascist thing.
Yep.
And libertarians too. I mean, they have this idea, okay, no government is good. The least government interaction is the best thing. And they're not critical at all. They don't really consider it. They're uncritical about it. They just believe it.
Well, how is capitalism running rampant and just the market doing whatever the hell it wants? How is that in any way? Don't we already have that already?
Yes.
So we don't need any more of that.
Tough, no-nonsense attitude in political leaders, believing that leaders' toughness to be a reflection of their own. Importantly, their interest in power doesn't extend to how we might dissolve it and build a more equitable society. For the potential fascist, imbalances of power are an intrinsic part of human society, with the only logical response being to ensure that you and your in-group are at the top of the pile.
Yeah, you and your in-group. And this is where, I know I say this before and stuff, and I'm sorry, if my sort of analysis of things in this way is very simplistic, but I find this whole, I say this again and again, and this is a sort of a critique, this is a critique of, like, I think Robbie Martin has mentioned stuff about this trying to bring the right and the left together as if we have all this stuff in common against the, there are certain things that the right and the left have in common, like, we might both want Medicare for all and stuff, but that's where we have totally different end goals, and the end goal of the right is not in any way in the interests of the left. They're not interested in the left. They're not interested in minority groups having any power. They're interested in themselves having power, and that's what they're interested in. The left is interested in everybody having some equality and equity, minority groups being looked after. Hopefully they're into land back and reparations and indigenous rights and all that kind of stuff. This is not something that is shared by the right. And so this whole trying to pretend like we're all going to hold hands, kumbaya, into the sunset because we're against the oligarchy, that's bullshit. And this is what I see people trying to do, and I feel like it's a part of a grift, that they're using that excuse as a sort of a grift, because the right tends to throw money at the left, and a lot of YouTubers, unfortunately, are going that direction. Anyway, sorry, Didi.
I was just going to say, absolutely. And my concern is you see more and more people, like Jackson Hinkle is a great example. He's recently changed his little, who am I thing to patriotic socialist, and he's one of these
patriotic American. But he's put patriotic American on his Twitter thing. But then he had a go at people for saying, "Oh, look, everybody's having a go at me because now I've taken communist out of my Twitter bio and I put patriotic American." Well, patriotic American, I'm sorry. Well, that seems to be the opposite of communist.
This is exactly what you wonder how, under Nazi Germany, that shift from a fairly liberal society to the Nazis, literally, happened. There must have been a lot of people who had kind of fairly liberal sounding ideas who changed, who shifted, and without being forced. And I see things like Jackson Hinkle and these patriotic people,
patriotic socialism. That's
socialism,
which is
the ones
ridiculous.
But
let's not talk about that now, because I've actually got a segment where they're talking, where some people are discussing that, and we can talk about that then.
Yeah.
But so we'll hang on a sec. Oh, I just said what you were typing, Dawn.
Yeah. Holly says. Yeah.
What did Holly say?
But the free market.
The free market.
There's
because there's not enough of that
for the free market.
And think of the corporations. I mean, they're people too.
Yeah.
The seventh was destructiveness and cynicism, or a generalized hostility and a vilification of the human. Again, here we see a celebration of strength, but we also see a desire to want to unleash it on the world. Humanity has become so corrupted, the potential fascist might posit, that we would benefit from tearing everything down and starting again, led by the strongest among us. The eighth was projectivity, or the projection outwards of unconscious emotional impulses. In some of the previous attributes, one might recognise that there are some contradictions. The potential fascist, for instance, both values conformity while also wanting to tear everything down and start again. One way in which these contradictions are dealt with in the mind of the potential fascist is by projecting them out.
Hey, by the way, does anybody know where you get these little... I want to find a resource where you have... you know how they have these little images and videos of people doing weird things, and I'm sure all these are actors that are, they're asked to do some pointing at the camera or whatever. Yeah. Does anybody know of a sort of a relatively cheap resource that's online that I could tap into if I want to make videos and I want to use images? Not that, anyway, if you wouldn't mind leaving that in the comments section. I've asked various YouTube creators and stuff, and nobody gets back to me. So anyway.
Outwards onto other groups. In this case, destructiveness is projected outwards onto other groups in order to claim that it is they, in fact, who want to destroy everything. The ninth and final personality trait that the...
Oh, yes. What is that?
You have to create an enemy.
Yes.
And something else.
But isn't that the whole nature, Didi, of the US government, always pointing outward and telling other countries what in fact the United States is doing, they accuse other countries of doing. Yeah. That's a constant sort of a thing, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's a classic. It's like the U.S. always is pushing this. We want these countries to believe in the rule of law as long as the laws work in their favor, except we don't have to pay any attention to these laws.
Yeah.
We want to be able to drag anyone we want before the international court. We're not going to be subject to that, however.
Yeah.
They absolutely refuse to comply with the International Criminal Court because they know that they're international criminals.
You know what's something that occurred to me? I wonder, Didi, if this is kind of unrelated, but you know how they've called the election, the Australian federal election, and it happens to be coinciding with this Assange case and stuff. And I wonder if there's some forces that have decided to do that. Not that Albanese, that's the leader of the opposition, has ever really been outspoken about Assange, except maybe once, and that was like 8 months ago. But I wonder if that's a sort of a way of indirectly, how they're always trying to please the United States, the government, the U.S. government, right?
Yeah.
Just being lackeys to the government. I wonder if that's a way of sort of keeping him from even saying anything, if he ever was going to say anything about Julian Assange, kind of making don't do that during an election, right? Do you know what I mean?
I think it was more. It was the government's decision. They get to decide when to have an election.
But that's what I mean. The government doesn't. The government doesn't want Albanese. If he was ever going to say anything, it might be before the election, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a way of maybe, I don't know. That was just something that popped in my head. It's probably not. Don't worry about it anyway. It's just something that popped in.
I think they have to have an election. Actually.
No, I know they have to have an election, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Albanese might think that mentioning Julian Assange might actually.
Sure.
Endanger.
I get your point.
Yeah. Anyway.
Just to let people know, in Australia, we don't have elections at a given time.
No.
There's a minimum time governments have to serve and a maximum time by which time they have to have an election. But in between that, they get to decide when they want to have an election.
Yeah.
And so it's politically motivated.
Sure.
They try and choose a time when they're going to look favorable. And the other side is not.
Yeah.
And avoid times when the other side is looking favorable and they are not.
But I keep saying to Didi, Scott Morrison's going to win again, because it's like we've entered the bizarro world where people keep voting for people that are incompetent and that are appalling and that don't do anything for them. I don't know what's going on, but it's like, I thought I was going to have a panic attack the last time when he won. Not that the Labor is just a neoliberal imperialist party too.
Kind of like the Democrats.
But it's not kind of like the Democrats. But anyway, sorry about that sideline there.
Researchers found to be prevalent among potential fascists was an exaggerated concern with sexual goings-on. In line with the desire to punish a lack of conformity, there is an acute obsession with people's sex lives, which, the researchers argued, is perhaps also projected, a consequence of the potential fascists' own repressed sexual desires. Together, these 9 personality traits comprise what the researchers termed the authoritarian personality. It is important to recognise that these are all personality traits that one can have to a greater or lesser degree, rather than either having or not having in a binary sense. It is also important to note that the researchers' focus was on potential. They did not seek to make the claim that everyone who displayed this authoritarian personality would inevitably support a fascist regime should it come to power. Nevertheless, they did argue that the possession of this collection of personality traits might make someone far more susceptible to being won over by fascist propaganda than others.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry, Didi.
I just wanted to say one of the things about fascism that I've always heard is that they are really, it isn't about the arguments. It isn't about any of these points as intellectual arguments. It's an emotive thing. And so if you show them that their arguments are wrong or misplaced, it doesn't matter to them because they really don't care about the argument.
No, you can tell.
It is the emotive thing.
Yes, you can tell with how Donald Trump, for example, how everybody just stands him no matter what he says. Yeah. He can say a completely contradictory thing from one day to the next. Of course, I'm not saying Donald Trump is the, is sort of the I mean, he's not an aberration. Biden is as much he's a crypto fascist, and he's doing awful things too. But I'm just saying.
But that Mount Rushmore speech was classic fascism.
Sure. Yes, he and people don't I'm going to show a clip of where Tina Desiree Berg, who's a independent freelance journalist, was in Pacific Beach, and she was filming. Oh, sorry, it was somebody from an unhoused, a homeless group. I don't know which to call it now. They call it a homeless organization. Was actually filming these, MAGA people, basically, who were vilifying homeless people, unhoused people at this particular place in Pacific Beach, and they're carrying Trump flags. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, the Trump presidency has never ended.
People in Victoria.
it's never ended.
The anti-vax protests in Victoria, here in Australia, were carrying Trump flags.
Yes, we've got people in Australia who it's usually associated with an anti-vaxxer thing, who are carrying Trump flags.
This is the violent, fascist anti-vaxxers.
Yeah.
Literally, they put.
And please note, we're not saying all the people who are anti-vax fascists. We're not saying that, but we're just saying that oftentimes in Australia we have anti-vaxxers and neo-Nazis,
and the Antipodean resistance.
Getting together,
the equivalent of the Proud Boys.
Yeah, getting together and doing sort of protests together, and then kind of smashing things up or getting violent or whatever. But anyway, what were we saying about? What were we just talking about? Sorry, I've lost the plot.
The emotive thing in
fascism. Oh yes, but they know Trump is coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't get in, of course there'll be a competent fascist will get in, but Trump is coming back in 2024, and they know it, and their presidency never ended in a lot of Trump in MAGA people's eyes.
Yeah.
And so they carry around Trump flags, and it's like it never ended.
Yeah.
It'll be like, if he gets in for another 4 years, it'll be like 12 years or something.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Truly.
To be that way on first glance, the primary goal in outlining the authoritarian personality was not to create some kind of test.
You seem to have an echo, Didi. Is that because
them of being likely to collaborate with a potential fascist regime? The goal was primarily to propose a new way of understanding.
Sorry, Didi, you seem to have an echo. That might be my voice.
That's because we're in the same room, and we're talking too loud.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. That's probably. Is that me?
Can hear.
Oh, okay. Yes, you can hear Didi. Didi's actually sitting about 2.5 meters away from me, so we might be hearing one another through the microphone.
Trish through my microphone.
Yeah. Well, at some point, we might set up where I might sit in another room and stuff, and
Trish. Or you might be hearing me through Trish's microphone.
Anyway.
I was talking too loud.
Oh, were you?
That's what it was.
Oh, okay.
It was me.
Let us know if I'm talking too loud, like if my mic is too loud or Didi's mic is too loud.
Kim says it's fixed. Actually, it's not fixed at all. I'm just not shouting.
What's that? What's fixed?
It's fixed, the echo.
Oh.
And I'm saying it's not fixed at all. It's that I'm not shouting.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were shouting.
Well, I got very excited there for a
Anyway,
bit.
if my mic's too loud or Didi's mic is too loud, and it's not loud enough or it's not as loud as what I'm playing.
Excited and talking too loud.
Because I'm trying to make them all at some sort of equal level, so people don't have to be boosting and turning things down, and so please let us know if that's the case. And thanks for sticking with us so far.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a marathon, and I hope these snippets are interesting. I thought this particular one about a potential fascist I find kind of interesting because it's really, there are characteristics with people and stuff, and something interesting to think about.
Understanding how fascism might come to appeal to a certain portion of the population. Some of the specific suggestions that the researchers made about the personality structure of the potentially...
And I'm sorry, by the way, if the audio and the visuals aren't syncing up, or maybe they are, I don't know. Maybe people can let us know, but sometimes OBS can do that. I'm not sure exactly what one can do about that. Do you, Didi?
No.
If there's any because when I uploaded this particular file with all these different things in it, it was all synced up. So I don't know what happens if something happens in OBS or whatever.
Unsinks.
But anyway, my apologies if it's not syncing up. But anyway, you can get the idea.
Yeah.
Fascistic.
It's a bit like a Japanese dubbed, where people's mouths are moving and nothing's coming out.
Is it?
Individual have come under some criticism. The broader point, however, that people might be won over by fascism less by the particularities of its arguments, but instead by the pre-conscious desires it seems to present answers to, are worth bearing in mind when it comes to thinking about how we respond to fascism as a threat. When we see or hear people echoing far-right talking points or racist ideas towards a particular ethnic group, our instinct is often to want to respond to the minutiae of their arguments, to try and prove them wrong with facts and logic. Whilst calling out falsities when we see them as important, however, the authoritarian personality suggests that this might not be enough. As Adorno et al. Argue in their conclusion to the book, if we should succeed in diverting hostility from one minority group, we should be prevented from taking satisfaction by the knowledge that the hostility will now very probably be directed against some other group. As we have seen, the views that the potentially fascistic individual holds towards any particular group are not the sole product of them having come to believe in particular tropes associated with that group, but instead by a deeper psychological structure or worldview. To talk such individuals back from the fascistic precipice, then, has to involve a much deeper level conversation about how they see the world. Ultimately, the researchers felt that reducing susceptibility to fascism had to involve a broader societal effort. For our individual personalities are not separate from society, they are shaped by it. The researchers thus wrote that for the fascist potential to change or even be held in check, there must be an increase in people's capacity to see themselves and to be themselves. Whilst they regularly highlight throughout the authoritarian personality that those who held ethnocentric views were in the minority among participants in their study, with most people falling towards the centre of all of their scales, throughout the book there is a sense that such personality traits might often be encouraged by our society. In order to truly quash the potential for fascism, then, their suggestion was that our focus cannot merely be on changing the hearts and minds of individuals, but in reforming society as a whole into one built not on hostility, but solidarity, and not on the pursuit of power, but its deconstruction.
No, we can't have any solidarity. That would be wrong. USA. So
I hate that chant.
Yeah. So Chris Hedges has said
USA. USA. It's like Sieg Heil.
Yeah, Sieg Heil.
You know?
As Chris Hedges said in the book The American Farewell Tour, he said that the way he thought to bring, Christian fascists from, the Christian fascists and what they would like to do in society is a really, really, really scary thing. It's like The Handmaid's Tale plus by 1,000.
Yeah.
And he said the way to sort of help end that sort of thing is to incorporate those people again back into society, and that means having a basically a socialist society where people are cared for. And where people have empathy for one another, and there isn't otherization. Well, so you're not going to have, those people are always going to be out on the fringe and wanting power because they can't get any power any other way than the way fascists get power. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're on the fringe, and then the only way to stop that is to have a society where it's a caring society where people are provided for. Well, that this is sort of, and that's the sad fact, isn't it? So it's like it's a breeding ground for fascism, isn't it? The more and more ridiculous it gets, the more and more people are abandoned. That's what's going to happen, and that's historical, isn't it?
Yeah.
So anyway, Didi, I'm going to play now. Now this is something from Luna
There's a
Oy.
little discussion in the chat.
Oh, okay.
About DeSantis, the governor of Florida.
Oh, somebody's laughing. Was that the USA?
Well, that's his nickname is Ron Death Sentence. DeSantis, the governor.
Ron Death Sentence. Yeah. Yes. He could even be. He's going to run for president, isn't he?
He's insane. He would welcome fascism in all its glory.
Speaking of Ron DeSantis, he's actually organized his own private army like in Florida.
Yeah.
And so that this is going to be the beginning. I think we may have talked about this before, the beginning of different states having their own private militia, which almost goes back to, these slave militias and stuff almost, doesn't it? So they're going to have their own...
to everything up to the Civil War, basically.
So if every state
Dawn
ends up having their own militia...
mentioned that she was saying that her...
excuse me.
Her mom is in a nursing home.
Oh, yeah.
She missed getting together because of the COVID.
Oh, yeah.
And, Trish's mom, of course, was in a nursing home.
Yeah.
6 months before she died, and it was disgusting.
Thank goodness, actually, she's not alive now because, with this Omicron and everything, and we wouldn't have been able to, if this had, because this time last year, Dee, we were, it was all going awry. My brother in quotes had just died.
Yeah.
He just died this time last year. And then there was all sort of like a shit show for the next 3 months until my mother died.
Yeah.
And if it had been this time, like that mum was still alive and all of this had happened, it would have been so difficult to do anything.
Yeah.
With
At
everything
that point, Australia was more or less COVID-free.
Yes. Oh, yes, that's true.
There was a few breakthroughs.
Yes, that's right.
Here and there.
Yeah.
There was a temporary, weekend lockdown in Brisbane.
Yeah.
And we had to wear masks while we were visiting your mum in hospital.
Yeah, so it's really merciful she's not alive now to have to deal with all of that. So Dawn said, I've lived in Florida, it's fascist dream state. So anyway, that militia thing, I can see that coming in really handy if there's ever a real serious attempt to do a coup d'etat on the government.
I think one of the things,
don't you reckon, Dee? To have your own militia?
This whole dominionist movement.
What's that?
The dominionist movement, which is the idea that God should have dominion over the world and particularly over the government.
Yeah.
And the Christian right, a lot of those politicians are dominionists explicitly.
Yeah.
It's a particularly weird, horrible fascist faction within Christianity.
Yeah.
And the dominionists are, of course, anti-reproductive rights and anti-gay and lesbian rights and generally racist and, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah. We'd probably be taken out in a helicopter and dumped in the ocean, Dee.
They want to create that kind of world. Explicitly, they want to turn the United States into a Christian nation. And Trump has bought into that. He's very good friends with those things. I mean, he's not, but they look at him and they go, well, he's not a good man, but he's the one who will bring about this Christian United States, even though he's not really a good example of Christianity. And they have been doing, after Trump, while he was in, did all that stacking of the courts, his 500 judges and legal changes, and they're all busy changing laws, all of the red states, the governors, to say things like, in the Electoral College, which is an insane way to run a democracy, even if the state wins for the Democrats, and the governor is obliged to say the Electoral College votes go for the Democrats, the state parliament can override the governor and have it go to the Republicans. And they're doing all these weird changes to laws about voting and stuff like that so they can make sure that a Republican gets in and stays in.
Yeah. Yes, it's going to be really interesting when the Republicans get in, trying to get them out. I mean, of course, they're both the duopoly are both doing all sorts of awful things
the
to
Democrats
F
doing
things
that
up.
Kind of thing, and they're not really undoing the shit that Trump has done.
No, I don't know. I just can't imagine how it's all going to end up.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go on with this. Now, this next bit is from the channel Luna Oi, one of my favorite channels, a communist in in Vietnam. She and her partner EJ American Johnson, they both live in Vietnam, and they have really great content. So I invite people to join their channel. And so anyway, let's have a look at this.
And you did an incredible job talking.
That's right. And this has Danny Haifong from the Black Agenda Report. So I'm focusing mostly on what Danny says, and a little bit from Professor Flowers up here, just because it's sort of more on point, I feel, anyway, to what they're talking about. Yeah.
About Vietnam, because we wanted to highlight socialism and how.
That's Luna up the top there. She's a little puppet. We like her.
Socialism is a democracy, and how we should be paying attention to actually existing socialist countries. So that's something I focus a lot on. And white supremacy, that's how I got into this struggle. From early on, just understanding white supremacy as being just part of daily life in the United States, and then that evolving into understanding the economic roots of it in capitalism and imperialism, and learning, about the liberation movement in Vietnam, learning about the victory there, and then moving on from that and understanding how we can't really understand white supremacy without understanding Marxism, capitalism, without understanding the system of white supremacy as being rooted as in a ruling class project of domination and exploitation of us to super exploit us, so we can provide the profits and the hegemony for these decaying empires of the West.
Yeah, exactly. Danny, we've been talking about racism, and the brief history of racism and how we are having to deal with this, and also the anti-white racism discourse.
Yeah.
So, what's your take about
racism? What's my take? All right, so here's the thing. Across the political, I'll try to be very brief, and I think I'll be on for like 45 minutes. Hopefully, I can be on here. I would love to stay longer, but I don't know if I'm able to. I want to say really quick that there is a really growing trend that's very problematic across the political spectrum in the United States, and it's called colorblindness. And that's where this reverse racism narrative comes out of. It's this idea that because the United States is now post-racial, after the Civil Rights Movement, the election of Barack Obama, that somehow racism is not really a problem anymore. It's just an idea in somebody's head. It's just ideas. And so to talk about racism now is actually just attacking white people. It's just attacking so-called white workers now. And this became a huge problem under Donald Trump, where everyone was trying to figure out, oh my gosh, these white working class people, they're so disgruntled that they're just going to vote for Donald Trump, right? Nobody wanted to talk about the actual character of racism because colorblindness had ruled the day for more than 8 years in the United States, and arguably for longer than that. So really, this whole idea of reverse racism, the idea that we live in a post-racial society, is really a reflection of an attempt by the ruling class to
Who in their right mind ever thought it was a post-racial society? I mean, truly and really.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus God.
Really, nobody is paying any attention at all.
The United States is post-racial?
Yeah, here.
And I was just about to write in, the all lives matter trope goes along with that, where it's being used to say that no Black lives matter. And I mean, who on earth would think that there's no racism
ridiculous.
in the U.S.?
Somebody who's not paying attention.
It's gone.
Yeah.
To reorient itself, to create a new kind of propaganda where the actual structural roots of racism, the fact that we have the U.S. military literally destroying non-white countries all over the world based on white supremacist ideology, and you have a situation in the United States where I'm sure you all were talking a bit about this, whether it's Hawaii, whether it's indigenous people across what's called the United States at this point. This includes those folks the Mexicans who had their land colonized in the 19th century. The fact that there are persistent and worsening, growing problems when it comes to race. And it's a class contradiction, right? And so I always say that if you are not willing to speak up about racism, then you are not fighting a class struggle, because in the actual reality of any kind of working class struggle in the United States, you are always going to find instances of like the bosses, employers, corporations, whatever you want to call them, they love racism. They stoke it all the time. They actually literally create workplaces that are institutionally racist in the sense that you will have white workers with a certain status in workplaces and black workers and non-white workers, being super exploited in other areas of the economy, of the workplace. Literally, black men makes 56 cents of every dollar that a...
I didn't know that black people make 50, or black men make 56 cents for every dollar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is astonishing to me.
Yeah.
White male worker makes, that's how relevant racism is.
Basically,
you literally have...
Basically, that is where all of the upper positions... I mean, it's not that there aren't poor white people.
Yeah.
It's that there aren't wealthy people of color.
Yeah. Didi, can I ask you a favor? Do you think if I just look at the comments section for a little while and talk to people, you could make us a cup of tea? Would you mind?
Okay.
I'd love a cup of tea. I'm really, my mouth is getting really... Okay, that'd be great. Thanks so much. I'll just have a look at the comments while we're... sorry about that. It's just we weren't too prepared for the cup of tea. So let's just have a look at some of the comments here. Let's see. Let's see. Anyway, Danny Hayfong, such a good writer, and if you haven't. Oh yeah, Danny Hayfong's written with Roberto Sirvent a book called American Exceptionalism, American Innocence. That's a couple of years old now, but that's really great. And I hope he writes. He's probably writing another book, but I hope he does. And he does great writing for the Black Agenda Report. So I think it's blackagendareport.com. So if you check that out, I'm sure everybody in the chat is aware of Black Agenda Report. Anyway, let's see. And if you haven't subscribed to EJ's channel Non-Compete, and I put a link in the live chat, and also Luna Roy's channel, they sort of tend to go onto one another's channel. They're partners, and they talk about all kinds of excellent things. And Non-Compete does these great he does these great pre-recorded videos. They do a lot of live chats, but he does these great educational things on socialism, communism, etc. And it's capitalism. It's just I just find them to be really, really informative, and I learn a lot because I don't really know. I need to know a lot more than I do about Marxist-Leninist theory. And okay, yeah, I'll have some of that. And so anyway, for anybody who thinks, and I hope you do, who thinks that capitalism is a shit show and it's we're at the end stage and it's just fascism from now on, basically. I mean, that's the capitalism. Fascism is really basically end stage capitalism. I think that's how it goes. If we don't want it to just all sort of devolve into that, we really have to reject the whole system of capitalism. So so it's good to watch these videos by American Johnson and find out about dialectical materialism and how we can actually, not in an idealistic way, but in a real way, sort of get to that end stage, move away from this ecocidal death drive machine of capitalism. To be able to survive, even, we're going to have to reject that. Anybody who cannot see that isn't paying attention at this point, because this is why one of the reasons we're on the edge of extinction is because of this dreadful capitalism. So, and I'm sure everybody in the chat probably already knows that. And sometimes, there was somebody they had on, I think it was Vera. Vera was on she's a trans activist who was on American Johnson's YouTube channel, and she was talking about, she asked somebody one day, what was the thing that happened that you realized that this system is going to kill you? And I just thought that was just such a great question, because there is a point in people's lives in this capitalist system where you actually realize that the system is going to kill you, and they, eventually it's coming for you, and it doesn't matter what color you are, it doesn't matter, sort of any of that. It's taking out the minorities, and then it's coming for the white people, and it's going to kill everybody. And of course, non-human animals, which don't even factor into anything because most of us aren't vegan, they're of course just irrelevant in the whole picture. But they're the ones that unfortunately are suffering currently and will be wiped out too, as this ecocidal system just lurches its way to in this unhinged way to take us to the edge of extinction. So anyway, but I just thought that was a great question. What was the and I think for a lot of people, probably in the United States in particular, because their country, unlike Australia, the government did some sort of looking after people, giving them sort of social support during COVID. That hasn't really happened in the United States. So COVID is just one of gazillions of examples of how the government feels about the public. They do not care one iota, and they don't care if most people die, particularly those who are immunosuppressed or old or black people. They're probably rubbing their hands together that a lot of 3 times more black people die from COVID. That's probably makes a lot of white supremacists very happy. So, that's another reason why this whole anti-vaxxer thing, dumping shit on the actual vaccine, even though it keeps people out of ICU, the majority of people out of ICU, to me is pretty, almost, you could say almost racist, because, when you think about how many black people, right, die in relationship to white people, and people of color overseas, BIPOC people in general, people in other countries in the global south that have not been able to get the vaccine because we hold the patents, because we're assholes. The West holds the patents. That's,
well, the corporations hold the patents.
That's right. The corporations hold the patents. That's what I mean when I say we, but So anyway, I just think it's something to think about when people go on and try and conflate all the different issues, Fauci and everything else, and mash it into the vaccine thing as if it's all bad. There are some things that are bad. There's nuance to the whole thing. Big pharma's bad. The vaccine works. It does work. I'm sorry, but and there are lots of other things.
Perfect,
governments,
but a lot of medicines aren't.
That's right. There's a lot of there are side effects from every medicine that we take, and on and on and on. There's so many issues. It's nuanced. And unfortunately, people are just rigid and want to make a point, and there's a confirmed bias, and they're not going to listen to anything. I don't even try and engage anymore with people on that. Anyway, sorry.
One of the things you were saying before about end-stage capitalism, whenever we talk about end-stage capitalism, it just, reminds me, brings back up the fact that, capitalism has always worked on the basis of, one person exploiting other people and taking a certain amount of the profit of the work, because they own resources and means of production. And it's like you have, I don't know, singing contests or something like that, or talent contests, where you have some local one and people then go on to do a regional one, and they go on to do a national one, and then they might go and do an international one. And it's like that with capitalism, because capitalism is also about competition. It's true, but in competition, somebody wins. And so you get these people who are exploiting locally, and then you get one who's really good, and he manages to exploit more people, and then he takes over the ones he wins over the other exploiters, and is able to take over their resources and means of production. And we see this incredible concentration in industry again and again and again, where as you end up with these capitalists who are local capitalists become regional capitalists, become national capitalists, become global capitalists, and it's concentrated to such an extent that these people like Bezos or what's his name from Microsoft, Bill Gates, and stuff like that, these people have so much money that they have far more economic power than many nations, particularly anyone in the nations in the global south. And they have the ability to control huge amounts of resources and huge amounts of land, and they use that power to gather more and more power. And it's a concentration game. It's a pyramid sort of game where it almost inverts. While there's fewer and fewer people at the top, they own more and more. It's like their ownership is an inverted pyramid, although the actual number of people who own it is like a pyramid until you get to the top and there's hardly any. There's a handful of people who own and control so much.
Yeah, but there's that book Giants, which I still haven't read.
Yeah,
Didi.
That's an excellent book.
Giants,
but I mean,
by the guy from Project Censored. Go on.
The thing is, when it gets to that point, they end up using nations to clamp down on people and keep grinding them because if you're in that kind of competition, you have to put everything into it, and everything into it means exploiting every last ounce of energy out of everyone who works for you, or rents from you, or has to buy your stuff, or whatever. It's like maximizing every skerrick of profit you can from everything so you can compete with these other mega wealthy giants.
Yeah.
And the only way you're going to be able to do that is fascism.
Yeah.
And that's what that thing of end stage capitalism always ends up in fascism means.
Yeah. That book Giants, it's by Peter Phillips. It's called Giants, the Global Power Elite by Peter Phillips. So that's a really great book. And Abby Martin did an interview with Peter Phillips about that. So anyway, we'll continue on with this, Didi.
I think Dawn is going. Is that
Dawn.
Right? I have to get going. Okay.
Oh,
Dawn,
okay then.
Thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thanks, Dawn. Is Dawn going?
Yes.
Oh, lovely to see you.
Get going and have a lovely evening, and I hope the rest of your week and the rest of your life.
Yeah, and we might see you before in the next few days. During this holiday period where a lot of people find it really, really difficult to deal with the family, and this is probably the first Christmas where there's nobody left in my immediate family. Everybody's dead now. And why are you laughing, Didi? I'm really upset about. There's Mum. I really miss Mum, but it's
you have some relations,
but basically
the grandchildren, and they're awful.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have some relatives, and it's not pleasant.
We don't talk about.
So basically, I'm familyless except for Didi and a few sort of friends. And people that we and
intentional
friends
online
all
the way, except for my daughter.
But it's sort of interesting. This is a different Christmas for me, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Different holiday period.
No negativity.
But anyway, it's always a difficult time, and for a lot of people, there's very few people that don't have a dysfunctional family. And then it's like you're thrown together often with complete strangers, really, because you don't have anything in common. And I've often said to Didi, I sometimes feel, how with non-human animals, when they give birth, they eventually the mother tries to push the little cats away from the animals, that tries to push them away.
If they're solitary animals.
Yeah, if they're solitary
herd animals or flock animals.
Yeah, but they tend to, That's right. That's true. So this is a specific instance where they don't want sort of incestuous stuff going on, so they end up pushing them away. And I wonder if inside humans, even though we're very much community creatures, I sometimes wonder whether there's this impetus to want to just, when you're in a family, everybody needs to get the hell out. You know what I mean?
I think
and you end up being stuck together.
That's an easy idea to, kind of
that we shouldn't be
and bring to your heart if you have a family. That isn't great.
Yeah.
I think some people really do have good families.
Oh, sure. I'm not saying people don't,
but
I'm just saying.
I think it's the
how
exception.
Many people though, Dee?
I think it's the exception rather than the rule.
Sure, but how many people do you come across, Dee, that say, "Gosh, my family's great, and we all get on so great"? How many people do you come across that say that?
Very few.
It's just not a happening thing. I know there are people, and I think it's great when you come across them. But if you thought that TV was representative of how things are in society, you would think that everybody thinks family is everything, and everybody gets on great, and we all support one another all the time.
And if you ever have difficulties,
you fix it up
sit there
immediately.
And talk to each other, and then it's all resolved.
Yeah, that's right. Everything always gets resolved
Holly
on TV.
She's the last of 6.
Oh,
so
the
I'm
last
assuming
of 6.
That means that her siblings have all gone.
Yeah. And Michael says, I've never been very close to most of my family. I've always felt like a stranger among them. Oh, that's really sad, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much I have too. And I'm adopted, so that doesn't help. That compounds things. But
I'm like that.
Apart from my mother and father, who were very good to me, we had our problems, but they were very good to me. But apart from that, it's like I felt like a complete stranger in amongst.
Yeah.
And I've been treated kind of that way too, haven't I, Dee?
Yeah.
Basically. It's a weird thing, which I won't go into.
Awful family.
Didi's had a horror story of a family situation. Makes mine.
And I left home very early. So,
yes.
And have had very little to do with any of my family since.
Really bad.
Yeah.
You were a little unhoused person for a while, weren't you, Dee? Living in trees and all sorts of things.
It was the 60s.
Dee had to leave home because her father was very abusive. Very.
Yeah. I was free. It was the 60s.
It's a good way to look at it, Dee. You were free, but you got really basically abused by your father, and your mother was having a nervous breakdown.
Yeah.
Wasn't she?
Yeah.
So anyway. So anyhow, there's a lot of people have lots of baggage with families, and it's really not fun. Like I would rather, truly and really, when we had a stint.
Yeah, Michael says he's never been very close to most of his family.
No, I just read that out.
And Omar said that a lot of people have very, very abusive families.
Yeah. I would rather have eaten a bag of hair than attend a family function. Seriously and really. And I had to for a while.
In the later period, anyway.
I know.
Was it always like that? No.
In my younger days, when it was at our place,
yeah.
When the Christmas things were at our place, and it was okay when I was a child.
Yeah.
But when I got to teenager and beyond, it all kind of when you individuate, a lot of parents don't deal with that very well.
Yeah.
When you have opinions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's why I can't shut up on the internet, because basically no one ever listened to me and ignored me and didn't care about my feelings. That was pretty much the thing. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not really. But anyway, So anyhow, we totally get it. If this is probably the least a fun time of year for people, I think.
For many people.
I mean,
I remember
there's a lot of people that love it for the presents and stuff like that. But
I remember in the 80s we used to arrange these orphan parties, and they're a great idea. I mean, I'm not suggesting people do it during COVID, but
how to knock off a bunch of orphans.
So many people I knew had problematic relationships with their family. We used to arrange, like, somebody would do a holiday breakfast, and somebody would do a holiday brunch, and somebody else would do a holiday lunch, like a Christmas, a champagne breakfast, a Christmas brunch, a Christmas lunch, an afternoon sort of thing, an evening party, and there would be rolling parties in the community. And it meant that people could go to parties, and then if they needed to go visit family, they could go do that. But they wouldn't miss out. They'd also get the support of people who cared about them.
Oh, I wish I knew you then. Then we could have had it. We could have had a orphans party thing.
We used to do that in
Didi had
WA,
the best parties,
and it was great because those people who really didn't have any family could just go from party to party to party to party.
Yeah.
And what a good way to spend the holidays.
Oh, now she's getting all. Now you're getting all teary. Oh, sweetie. Anyway,
it's a good thing to do.
Yeah.
It's a good thing to do to...
it is. Because family doesn't have to be blood.
Yeah.
In fact, oftentimes it isn't. Family is actually just people who care about you.
In the queer community, we are family.
Well, that's right. Yeah. Yes. And if you're queer, it's not fun. And you always have that... I've always had that constant disapproval right throughout my life, being queer and stuff. And that... it gets tiring always being on the outer, even though there's not been a moment where I thought there was anything wrong with me.
Yeah.
And I always used to think, what the hell is wrong with people? I don't get it. I found it funny.
Yeah.
That people were homophobic and stuff. But anyway, and transphobic, I find that really odd too. But anyhow, we're getting off the track here, so let's...
diversity is wonderful. If people aren't celebrating diversity, there's something wrong.
Yeah. I always feel
really remember
relieved.
That quote that, societies where people are rigid, authoritarian, and kind of very, very black and white are the ones people want to escape. And societies which are diverse and welcoming and creative, those are the ones people want to go to.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we feel much better about Tasmania now that there's more people from different backgrounds here. Hey, Didi, because Tasmania, when we got here,
it was
very, very white, and I'd say it was much whiter before we got here too, and we've been here 13 years.
Very Scots-Irish.
But now it's like it's getting really interesting, isn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's sort of have a look more of this.
Tasmania also was one of the last states to decriminalize homosexuality.
Yeah.
And then proceeded to have some of the most liberal laws in the country. And it's been the last state to decriminalize transvestism and kind of laws that affect trans people, and now has world-leading legislation.
Yes, and Didi was part of that world-leading legislation because she did most of the writing of the legislation. She did a lot of that.
Shh.
What? Why?
Oh.
You don't want me to blow your horn for you?
No.
Why not?
Why?
Somebody's got to. Anyway, let's have a look. Sort of more of this.
Black people being imprisoned.
And by the way, oh my! I just saw one of our chairs go flying across the yard. Jesus, it's very windy.
It's very windy.
And 3 times their amount in the population compared to white people, where it's not even close to that.
Kim
it's not
is
even
going to bed.
Okay,
it's not even
Kim.
proportionate, right?
I'm
night,
sorry.
Kim.
We tried to start earlier, but you know how it is. It's sort of really hard to sync up. But anyway, lovely to see you, and I hope that that if we don't see you for a little bit, that this holiday season isn't unfortunate. It's actually peaceful, and you do something nice for yourself and whatever. I hope everybody does something nice for themselves, because you need to get, we need to have some happiness in life and not always be fixated on the shit show that is all around us and stuff. So this is why living here is so lovely, because it's so beautiful, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And it's just all natural and beautiful trees and all the things for me that are what is real in the world.
Yeah.
What is something I value and treasure is non-human animals and the trees and the beautiful hills and
Kim
stuff.
says peaceful when I'm not at home.
Oh, good, peaceful
That's
when
a
you're not at
sad
home.
situation.
If
I'm
only
so
you
sorry for
could. If
you.
only little cats could be taken out and about, you could basically just walk around with them, and they wouldn't get attacked by dogs or whatever. You could just
Or
kind
freaked
of
out.
take them out like you would hanging out with your little dog buddy or something. It would be so great to be able to do that. I sometimes think how much fun it would be to be able to
Yes.
take them out
Yeah.
and just hang out with them in places without them getting
Without
frightened.
necessarily having harnesses and all that.
Yeah, without having harnesses and stuff like that, in the public spaces and stuff like that. But anyway, have a lovely, have sweet dreams, Kim. And so we might continue on with this before this becomes I don't know how long have we been going now. It's been a long time.
Before this becomes a goodbye to everybody.
yeah.
They drop off to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like that is the reality of white supremacy in the real world, and those who want to play this,
Back to white
you're just dividing people by talking about this, you're dividing the working class. They're not interested in the working class. They're interested in some kind of electoral scheme, some kind of opportunity where they can take advantage of a troubling political trend, which is a huge rightward shift in the United States and all of its Western client states, and how that rightward shift is turning into complicity and complacency with a growing number of people who are turning to right-wing politics to explain this decaying political situation and economic situation in the United States.
Oh, I don't know. Who would that be? About a half a dozen YouTubers, leftist YouTubers starting to go that way.
Yeah.
But that really is just defeatism. And so any kind of room or any kind of acceptance or defensiveness around talking about racism as a class struggle is simply defeatism. And I have been very clear from the very beginning that there is a liberal strand of politics that seeks to exploit race in order to forward the political ends, let's say, of the Democratic Party, so-called identity politics. We can't, of course, that's not even questionable, right? That's just a reality. But to go so far then to negate the very existence of racism it's just a right deviation, right? In the old Marxist term, it's like a right deviation. You're literally just moving to the right in order to explain a situation that actually requires a revolutionary solution, intervention.
It's funny when you bring up, when you sort of defend...
Rejection of identity politics is just racist.
Yeah, but when you bring this up, oh God, you get people really going for you, really, like, it's truly astonishing to me that this is even a thing, but apparently it is.
People basically are just saying, I don't give a shit about those people.
Yeah, that's right. It's once again all kind of white focused, all sort of the heteronormative, cisgendered white focus.
I don't care about those people.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that, like, the liberal identity politics, so like those people, they are making use of our identity to serve their agenda, and it's very disgusting. And about a few months ago, I had a video about the pink-wash imperialism, talking about how the organization from the USA, such as like the USAID, the USAID, is using the LGBTQ plus community in Vietnam to bring in the capitalist hegemony. And the thing is that, like, the thing that upset me the most is actually I got attacked by leftists from the USA because I dare to speak up like, hey, Vietnam has a candidate that is exactly like Pete Buttigieg. Like, he's gay, he's hot, and
He's gay and he's hot.
He's hot.
I had to laugh when she
that's a
said he's hot.
funny thing, yeah.
What the?
And he just like
Luna?
worked for
Yeah.
breaking imperialism. And I got attacked because I dare to point that out. So like it's something that got ingrained real deep inside the mindset of lots of people, especially leftists. So how are we gonna address that? Panel, I want to ask you how are we gonna address that? Have any of you have any idea?
I have some ideas, but obviously people can feel free to disagree. But I think that I think it's worth talking about how racist white leftists are, because it's a problem. And I think like in the US, like people of color are constantly like when people talk about oh my gosh, dual consciousness, like that black people have. It's like you're always like seeing yourself through the eyes of how white people see you. So there's a way where you can't escape talking about white people, because we are suffering under white supremacy, and the people who are perpetuating it the most are white people. So we kind of have to talk about like racism, and this includes white leftists, unfortunately, because you would hope that they could just be our allies and stand in solidarity instead of pulling some of the bullshit that they try to pull every single week on Twitter. But here we are. And I think that, yes, let's talk about it. This is going to come up. But I do believe that I think the best thing we can do is actually try to gather around other BIPOC people, and not just like BIPOC people, people who truly that we want to have solidarity with queer communities, trans communities, disabled communities, and people who are very serious about not being racist and also transphobic and all these other things, who are against these systems of oppression, and just try to cultivate these communities and really put our attention there, because white people are not, I just don't expect them to change. And some people have said that this is very doomer, and I don't think it's doomer. I just think it's like a pattern. Like we've seen this. People have been talking about the issues of even white leftists, white liberals, the issue of them being racist, and they just, at this point, it's clear they don't want to listen, and we can't make them. So I kind of think moving on is just trying to cultivate the communities that we want to see. And then for white leftists who do want to, be a part of that, and they actually do, like, let's go. But I don't want to, I think it's not a great use of our time trying to convince them of anything, because they just don't care. And that's just my opinion.
Can someone tell me where this let's go thing started coming in? Because I notice everybody starts using it. Now, I'm not talking about let's go Brandon. I'm just talking about let's go. Everybody seems to be saying let's go. Where did that come from?
It comes from let's go Brandon, I think.
Does it?
Is it just code for fuck you?
I don't think so. I don't think
that's the way
she just said
it.
She just said it, let's go. I don't think she meant, well, fuck you.
Well, I think let's go is an expression.
I know, but it's something that's now become like a thing. Like let's go Brandon.
I think it's because of the let's go Brandon thing.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Why else would it suddenly become so much more popular?
I don't know.
Omar's going off.
Oh, okay. Do you think we should stop this, or we should keep going? Who's interested in it continuing on? I don't know. I'm hoping that these snippets are kind of interesting.
I think they're really interesting.
Okay.
Well, then it's the middle of the day.
Let's just do it because we're here. What?
It's the middle of the day here.
Yeah, that's true.
It's only 3:00.
Yeah. Anyway, we can just keep going, and if anybody's interested, they can watch this.
All filter away. They can watch. We're left talking to ourselves.
That's right. We can just you can watch it later on if you're interested. Okay.
Well, I'll jump in. I think there are many different things that could be done to address this big issue, but I think the point is very valid, and this is something that we're going to struggle with. I mean, the white left, I don't even know if we can call it a white left, because there really is no organization, white political organization that can really happen that's left, right? But you have white people who consider themselves leftists, who then go into political spaces and do what they do. And a lot of the times, it can be very disruptive. And I've been in many situations where that's the case. But at the same time, I think that one of the big problems we have right now is, in the United States at least, is that the most revolutionary movements that have existed in the United States, that's the Black Freedom Movement, Black Liberation Movement, it's the Indigenous peoples movements, they are, in a big, serious retreat. It's been a real coordinated campaign of destruction on the part of the U.S. government to ensure that really the most revolutionary sections of this society are unable to provide that leadership that we need so badly right now. And so that's where you have...
Holy Toledo, is never a truer word was spoken that we need leadership in so many areas. Oh my God.
Yeah.
We all look like people after the Titanic's halfway under the thing and we're all flapping around in the water.
Well,
that's what it looks like to me.
It's where I think, the people who are, oh God, what do you call it?
Does it look like that to anybody else? It looks like that to me.
Third worldists basically say the revolution's coming from third world because those people can actually see the enemy and get organized.
Yeah.
And people in the West are just all over the freaking place.
Yeah.
People in the
where they're either leaning.
It's hard to keep the ex-colonial countries.
I keep seeing people in the West hanging on, Dee.
Countries.
I keep seeing people or leftists in the West keep holding on to, they've all want to hang on to capitalism, so they want to kind of patch it up and put a happy face on it.
This is
and they
left
can't
in the
see
sense of the vague liberal left.
not even that.
Vaush.
I mean, people. No. There's even like real leftists who haven't actually seen outside of capitalism. And I don't know.
Get rid of it, and you have to take.
They think that we're stuck with it,
take
Didi.
the stuff off people.
Didi? They think that we're stuck with it, and there isn't anything else. They don't. They can't. They don't. I don't know if they don't know of anything else, or they can't imagine a society without it.
Yeah.
And so they're kind of trying to keep, like Karl Kalinske is an example of that. Although I think that the system serves him, he's making probably $30,000 a month or more,
sure.
And so why would he want to get rid of a system
Sure.
which he might suffer financially?
Well, I remember somebody saying,
he's a sock dem.
that when they found all of the people talking about, they did interviews with all the people talking about how horrible the revolution in Russia was, I think it was, and they on questioning them, they found that the people who really hated the revolution and didn't just have problems with bureaucracy and power structures and stuff like that were the people who previously had multiple houses and big holdings and stuff like that and lost all of that, had it taken away.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you have to take it away. I hear sometimes people talking about, oh, well, we can nationalize this and we'll just have to compensate the corporations. I think, well, if you're compensating the corporations, they haven't lost a frickin' thing.
Compensate the corporations? Who said
that's
that?
like compensate. Like
who said that,
Haiti
Diddy?
had to compensate France.
Oh yes, Vietnam had to pay back
free.
Oh.
And eliminating slavery. I mean, excuse me, I was getting excited again. for F's sake, like
you can say fuck, Didi.
For fuck's
okay.
sake, I mean, to sit there and tell people, oh well, you've rejected slavery and stopped being slaves, you're going to have to pay the slave owners for their losses. I mean, Jesus, that's why you want to bring back guillotines. I mean, honest to God.
Yeah.
You can't have a revolution. I mean, like Luna talks about revolution in Vietnam, and they took away people's who had big properties, and divided it up.
Yeah,
That's
family.
the only way it works.
Her family was actually very wealthy in Vietnam, and they had that taken away from them. But then
some of her family was.
No, they were actually her father or something was the richest.
Grandfather, I think.
Was it? And then they had that taken away, but then they all got like what everybody else got, which was, they got some land, and 90% of people in Vietnam at this point have got houses.
Relatives who were fighting, for the communists and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, unless you like just take the stuff away from these people.
Yeah.
You have to take away the land and resources and power and money from people like Gates and Bezos and,
Yeah.
You just have to take it away.
Yeah.
You have to take away the corporations from the stockholders, basically.
Yeah.
And nationalize them. And you don't give anything back. You don't compensate them. They can be like everybody else.
Yeah, well, corporations become parasites. Anyway.
Because inherited wealth is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I've known a few people who inherited wealth. I mean, I've talked to you about Megan Hill, who was a scion of the Lloyd family, and she got $1 million every year.
Yeah.
Play money, basically, because she wasn't competent.
Yeah.
So they just gave her $1 million and say, go off and do stuff.
I wish somebody would give me $1 million and I'd pretend to be incompetent.
Who is Bass Oil, I mean, he got about $6 million a year, which he was told, well, you can do what you like with it. It can all be a tax write-off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how rich these people are.
Yes.
Yeah, these are the people they don't trust.
Yeah, it's change.
And it's criminal. It's insane.
Yeah.
To think that those people, and I'm talking about, he was getting $6 million a year in the 70s.
Yes, so that'd be heaps.
In the 70s.
Yeah, so that'd be, multiply that by 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
So that's a huge, and money went a lot further then.
It certainly
Jesus,
did.
Nandi. Nandi stuck his claw into my leg.
You just need to take it off these people.
Yeah.
Because unless you redistribute the wealth in some way, unless you actually decide to take this back and say, this is society's, we will never have any change.
Yeah.
And they will fight tooth and nail and claw to maintain their power.
Yeah.
Because it's their power, and they have the power to hire mercenary armies and shit. So we have to be serious about overthrowing these fuckers.
Yeah. I just don't know how. Without it being bloody.
People in the West don't want to think about that.
I don't know how it's going to happen without it being bloody. Is what in the United States anyway. I don't think it can in the United States. No, it's really, really, really ugly, and I can't see how you could actually change anything without it being awful.
I think even in places like Ecuador,
of course,
and Bolivia, it doesn't happen without it getting a bit bloody.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not so bloody as it would
even
have
if
to be
all
in
the young
US.
people who are already, a lot of young people are leaning towards socialism, even if lots of people, it's still going to be bloody. Do you know what I mean?
You can't vote it in.
No, you can't vote it in. Anyway, we should keep watching this.
Of white leftists, and honestly, their complicity in promoting, being so, on the one hand, racist, as you said, Professor Fox, literally.
Racist white leftists. Yeah, there's a lot of them. That's what I've discovered.
There are.
I mean, not that any white person, and myself included, don't have problems because we've been indoctrinated, brought up in I was brought up in a very white area. Everybody pretty much was white at school. It was white, and you don't realize how privileged you are until you get out into the world. And even then, because Australia actually was, even though it was multicultural, it was also like suburbs, some suburbs and other suburbs, very white. And I mean, you can't help but
Tasmania was
have problems.
White
you
when
can't
we
help
first got here.
You can't help but have problems if you're a white person. You have to. There are things you have to deconstruct in your life. On regular. But it's like Jama Baraka said from the Black Agenda Report. He said that. Every day he has to address his sexism because that's the society he's brought up in. He's a man in a patriarchal society, and there's a lot of misogyny around, and he says every day he has to dismantle his sexism. And EJ from American Johnson from Non-Compete says every day he has to dismantle things about his upbringing. He was brought up in South Carolina, and he has to look at, he's been
racism, the whole
the patriotism and all that sort of stuff. I mean, you get indoctrinated with American exceptionalism when you're in the United States and pledging allegiance to the flag, which is so closely incorporated to this idea of God and all that kind of stuff. So,
really racist.
It's very easy to be a racist white leftist.
Carl says, will Uncle Sam get a bloody nose? I think Uncle Sam needs to be guillotined, basically.
Uncle Sam, yeah.
in political spaces and in their
I'm
politics.
talking
And then
metaphorically.
also you have
Yeah.
the ruling class, right? The white ruling class. They've cultivated, as you were talking, Luna, you were talking about these figures, right? They've cultivated a leadership among, a black and gender, we call it the black misleadership class. Around the world, it's called like neo-colonialism. But there is this leadership, this class that stands in between the white ruling class and the masses of people. And they,
Oh, Didi, do you
Yeah.
think that we could open up those chips?
Oh, no.
Yes.
This leadership class.
Yeah. Just while you're getting those chips, we bought some naughty chips and yeah. Oh no! I just realized we just ordered them. I just realized we're starting to order in our groceries and stuff. No, I don't want that. No, let's just continue on. No, listen. Now listen, Didi, can we have some like avocado on some Rivita, please? Don't bring the corn chips. They're garbage. No, there's something wrong with them. They're just naughty and they're not good.
Well, so are the other chips.
Yeah, I know, but the potato chips are kind of, there's less crap in them than the corn chips. It's true. Anyway, so I can't see. There's somebody called Royal Jenkins in the stream, and I cannot see their comments. Oh, there you go. I can see. Yes, the United States is making machines like the Terminator. Yeah, those little robot dogs that will have little weapons around them, and then when the protests happen, they can just send them out and spray the protesters with bullets. Hey, Didi, that's the dystopian future that I mean, it's right out of it is right out of the Terminator. What's that?
And drones, flying drones.
And drones, yeah. Yeah, drones dropping gas and all sorts of things, yeah. Yes, it's a nice little dystopian future we've all created for ourselves on this beautiful planet. Isn't it insane? The sort of the people with the death drive, that don't care about anything that's nice, that care about them only themselves, want to ignore and destroy this beautiful planet for some power and and some nice mansions and some big yachts and stuff, and fuck the rest of us. This is the sort of
Pass this on, Trishy.
yeah.
They keep talking about
Oh, Didi,
people are ambitious and people should be ambitious.
can't make that. Come over here. I can't pass that on, Didi. You can now listen. Just bring that stuff over, darling. She's got to say it.
People are ambitious and should, quote unquote, be ambitious. But I don't think that's actually true. I think most people, their ambition really kind of ends at having enough, being comfortable, and being able to have kind of a life where they're not, scrabbling for food or, desperate to get medical health care without going broke, and being able to spend time with other people and being able to talk and being able to go off with their dog or enjoy having a cat in their lap or whatever.
Well, we don't want to
I mean,
have that,
most
Didi.
people-
We don't want to have
we don't
domesticated
wanna have
animals.
that, but
Yeah,
I mean,
go on.
that's what most people really want.
Well, they want everybody. Well, everybody wants to feel like they're relevant,
Yeah.
that they're included. You know that
I'm gonna
the
go back
child
and
who
make crackers
embraces
now.
the village that doesn't embrace the child's going to burn down the village to feel its warmth. I think there's far more people like that now that want to burn down the village because they've felt excluded and uncared for, and
Because they are excluded.
and unfortunately, you can take two roads. You can either try and make it better, or you can want to burn it down and kill everybody and then maybe take over. There's there's probably more than that, but you know what I mean. It's sort of that kind of thing at this point, I think. And a lot of people are unfortunately going to the place where they want power and they want it in a bad way and they want it in a stompy fascist way, and because they've been excluded or abandoned by governments and whatever. And unfortunately, with that tends to go that I'm going to stomp on every vulnerable group there is. I'm going to fuck things up for other people, not for the people that cause the suffering, the people in positions of power. I'm going to fuck things up for any vulnerable person. It's that projection of how animals, when they're stressed out, and this is humans too, you're stressed out and you end up taking it out on the closest person to you rather than the external catalyst, you know what I mean? The external catalyst that caused it, looking to that is the problem. I mean, animals display that, non-human animals display that all the time. If there's sometimes, with groups of cats, if there's another cat outside or so something that is threatening outside, they'll end up taking it out on the other animal that's inside the house with them because they see that threat from outside. Well, we're not that much different in many ways from, we're an animal like non-human animals, and that's the kind of shit we do, except that, like if we don't have empathy, and I think there's been a big empathectomy that's happened due to neoliberalism, where people have been robbed of their empathy by this constant blaming of other, through the corporate media owned most by Murdoch and other right-wing conservative awful figures, that empathy has just been taken away or has been relinquished by people, and without empathy, without being able to see ourselves in other people, how on earth can we have any community that we care? I mean, if we don't care about other people, we're not going to be able to build communities. We're not going to want communities. And neoliberalism and capitalism focuses on I, and I want, I need, and I've got mine and you don't have yours, so fuck you. Anyway, oh yeah, Sherry Honkler from Poor People's Army, Holly, yeah, she's really great. So I'm gonna play some more of this. I don't know how to eat this without it sort of chomping in people's.
Without crunching.
That's not possible. You might have to turn your mic off, Dee Dee. Anyway, so I'm gonna have to do that. Okay.
Do the bidding of the ruling class, and so we have that situation that's very difficult to approach, because you will have white liberals, for example, come after people like myself or others who raise issues with, let's say, a Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, and they'll say, well, you're just racist, right, for bringing up these issues, while completely rejecting the fact that it is the confluence of ruling class interests, which Kamala Harris and Barack Obama are part of, which have created this situation and all of these instances of oppression, the worsening conditions for people of color, for Black people, for Indigenous people, like that, they're at the center of it. But it's the ruling class which really dictates the interests of all the politicians, Black, white, or otherwise, who are really in the driver's seat. And so how we address this is, we have to tell the truth, first and foremost. We have to tell the truth about the situation. But I do agree that we need to also be able to focus where we really should be. Like, we all have our roles to play. Not all of us are going to be organizing, let's say, the Black Liberation Movement. Black people are going to be the ones to figure that out. But we do have to tell the truth. We do have to stand by principles, and we do have to be able to, on questions of empire, questions of class, questions of white supremacy, we have to be able to try to build a broad, front of people who are willing to confront power on serious demands, right? And so I think that there is just multiple levels and layers from which this work has to happen, and we're all going to play our part, I think, in making that happen. But unfortunately, in terms of the first question, about colorblindness, reverse racism, and this idea that just talking about race is an attack. I mean, if we're starting at that level, then we have a lot of work to do, and we have a lot of really tiring. I mean, I'm tired. I mean, I'm really tired of having that kind of conversation, right? Because we really are, that's really starting at square one. And that's where I really agree with you, Professor Faz. Like, we do have to be building with people who are already there, who are already ready to be in this fight, because those folks who are like not willing to stand up on certain issues relating to white supremacy, like we will be literally throwing, we'll be throwing tennis balls at brick walls essentially, right? Like it's just going to bounce right back.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people, and like I've said to Dee, I feel like from what I see now online, I'm just talking about the online left, and I use that word left loosely. I feel like at this point, it to me looks like a carnival. It looks more performative than, and this has taken a couple of years for me to sort of really see it, just watching a number of channels for a while. The online left has become more of a performative space than anything, and I'm not really sure how, to some degree it's educational. Some channels are more educational than others, but on the whole it seems more like a performance to me.
Yeah, I think the performative aspect is something that's grown. I think that the informative thing is still there, and there are certain channels that are just interested in the informative thing, and they understand the difference between the informative and actually organizing.
Yeah.
And then there are other channels who just get caught up in the informative. I mean, in the performative, and that's their jam. And the performative channels often do better because it's a performance.
Yeah.
And they're interested in the performance.
I don't actually think it started off though with that motivation in mind of it being a performance, but it's become
something that's developed
because of money. Because of the money gets thrown at them.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think there's that
when they're dramatic.
Yeah, I think as they do a good performance and they get money, the pressure is to become more and more performative.
Yeah.
And increasingly, I think people see online as the way to connect.
Yeah.
Instead of connecting, the idea of connecting with a group that's actually going to work on socialist organizing in any very real, physical, active sense.
Yeah.
I don't think you see that anywhere near as much. I mean, previously you'd see, like the famous sort of people meeting in a cafe, and talking about revolution and that kind of stuff, and possibly organizing something. But
that's the thing, isn't it, though, about the internet? In one way, it's been very helpful for me because I came across veganism through the internet, and also you
get a huge amount of information.
Yeah, and I also came across Abby Martin, and that sort of woke me up to the fact that no, there isn't a good party and a bad party in the US, and everything that stemmed from that, right?
Yeah.
I've been from Australia.
Probably things like Chris Hedges. I mean, I don't know, would you have come across Hedges?
No, being from Australia, though, I mean, we're so propagandized here, even worse than the US in a way.
Yeah.
And coming across some if it hadn't been for the internet, coming across some American leftist journalism, that helped me tremendously. But there's also another thing about online stuff that is it's sort of, we get all lost in online stuff, and online stuff isn't activism like leftist sort of stuff. Like, I think if there wasn't the internet, there'd be a lot more organizing offline, obviously, because there wouldn't be the internet.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think you were saying about Australia as being much more propagandized. I think on one hand, it is, you hear fewer views, but I think in the United States, people are swimming in that propaganda, and their mindsets are so into the nationalism. I mean, it's drummed into them from childhood and school.
But now
Australia doesn't have that nationalistic thing. But
not yet.
But things like News Corp, running virtually all of the
News Corp has been News Corp.
TV, news.
Yeah.
You know,
they've been indoctrinating
papers,
us for decades.
And they all put out the Murdoch crap.
Yeah, and now even the decent ones like Four Corners, as far as I don't know, I can't really remember what they used to talk about decades ago.
Things like
they
I do.
No, but listen, they probably, I don't know if they were still propping up the U.S. narrative by not addressing it. You see, which is they won't head on address the imperialist stuff and look at what the U.S. empire is doing all the time. And now they're promoting anti-China propaganda and pushing a war on China. This is probably our best journalist site that was the most probably the most highly regarded
investigative journalist
is
site.
now pushing a war on China. That's how bad it is here in Australia.
Yeah.
It's just so fucking sad.
They would do
the
one
Four
story
Corners.
a week.
We're talking about Four Corners now.
Type thing.
Four Corners used to be something that people could go to, and it was. But I'm saying now, in retrospect, I'm really not sure how much they hid a lot of what U.S. empire was doing. Right?
I don't think they hid as much. Certainly nothing like that. Not do now. Now they prop it up, but. They were very good. I mean, I remember things they did about, corporate control of fruit and distribution by Chiquita in Queensland and then in Australia, and that kind of thing. It was really good investigative reporting. Yeah. Chiquita, of course, is United Fruit, who's the Banana Republic, or things on. The power industry, the electricity industry, or, things about war crimes. I mean, they did stuff about that.
Who? Four Corners?
Four Corners.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, yeah.
But do you think they did that as like, oh, look at that crime, that isolated incident?
Because it was a documentary form and it was done by different journalists. They would basically be working on a story for quite some time, and so a different group would come up with a story every week. And they were obviously the fruit of months at least of work investigating a story. So you would get a good story like that.
Yeah.
And it might be an anti-imperialist one. And that was great about
as long as they didn't make those war crimes in quotes like an aberration. This is what I'm wondering. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead of like looking at it like war is a crime and all of that, you know what I mean, is under the umbrella of the U.S. imperialist
war.
war.
John Pilger, but they were, they were not
look at the way Australia treats John Pilger, putting aside Julian Assange, but it's like they don't even know him. All the journalists don't. Did he?
Yeah.
Did he? All the journalists don't even refer to him.
The chat had talked about Pilger before.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
They don't even refer to him, and he's like one of our greatest journalists, and it's just like he doesn't exist. That's how far gone we are here.
Yeah.
So, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
I know I use that word a lot, but it's really hard to find another word for it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's continue on with this.
Okay.
So anyway, that's my opinion on that.
We won't get done. Yes, I don't even know where we are in this. Oh, okay. We're sort of where we've got like I think about 25 minutes left.
My shirt says real leftist journalist.
My shirt says trapped in America.
Oh, this is funny. Danny Hayfong's got this shirt called with trapped in America on it. And everybody says, yeah, that's right, which I just thought was funny. I like that, the idea of that, trapped in America. I often say to people who, like if you can get out of the United States before 2024, please try, if you can, try and move somewhere else, because I really feel like it is going to be, I don't know about you, but when I know, and I'm not saying Donald Trump is some aberration, they're all awful, right? But he just put it in a bit of overdrive, and he's crass, and that's why they didn't like him, because he wasn't a smooth operator that was putting the best foot forward of empire and, wearing cool cool clothing and speaking smooth and all this kind of stuff. But Donald Trump, like, I feel like he was getting to that point of, like bragging about Michael Renault, sending out the police to execute him and then bragging about it. I sort of feel like during that time of Donald Trump, it was really white knuckling it all the way. You just never knew what the hell he was going to. It was like living with some kind of some sort of a, I don't know, just some sort of a deranged parent. You just never knew what he was going to do from one day to the next, and the things that he said and all of that sort of thing. And I feel like it's going to be that times 1,000 if he gets back in, because he's going to see that as some kind of mandate. And look what they put forward from this other part of the duopoly. A man who needs to be guided out of a store because otherwise he'll get lost, and he's had his wife or Kamala Harris with him because you don't know what he might say, or that he might forget people's names, and this is what they put forward, and that just shows how this empire, they can't even keep up any appearances anymore. It's just all coming apart, and they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit that they've got a leader that has got so much power, and he's barely able to string a sentence together. That's how bad it is. Anyway, I've just got to go to the bathroom. Yeah, but I mean, he can barely. He's probably, after they take him out and put in Kamala Harris or Pete Buttigieg or whatever, he's probably going to they'll take him off those drugs, and he'll probably end up in a nursing home. I feel like he's close to that. Anyway, I'll let you just, I might turn this. You want to talk for a bit and talk to folks while I go to the...
I'm not sure where... I've just come back from the toilet.
Okay.
So I'm not sure where anybody is up to.
Oh, well, you could just check out the comment section. I won't be a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Trump is a symptom, but, I mean, he says the right things. He says the right things. I mean, the things he says are stupid. The things he says are inconsistent, sometimes ridiculous, really ignorant at times, but he reflects the emotional space of a lot of people in the U.S. And I hate using the word American because I don't believe that the U.S. is America. Michael Cooper says, nothing to worry about. I'm sure Hillary is going to beat Trump. Jesus God, if Hillary Clinton is back in the race, I don't know what's wrong with them. America will put another Hollywood actor as a president. I don't think they need to. I think the next person, if it's not Trump, I think it will be somebody like the governor of Florida, DeSantis. Or I keep thinking, I keep waiting really for Eric Prince to throw his hat in the ring. He's another billionaire. He's got...
One day my prince will come.
Yeah, my prince will come. What a name. It's just like Trump. Trump, what a wonderful name. He trumps everything. And Eric Prince is the prince. And he's a Christian dominionist.
Oh, is he? I didn't know that. Oh.
Yeah. And
okay.
He's got his own army. He's rich. Yeah. He's
Pee Wee Herman. Sorry, Didi.
What's that?
Somebody said Pee Wee Herman.
Reagan has Alzheimer's. Reagan did have Alzheimer's. He was a mess.
Yeah. Yeah, he had Nancy Reagan
he
talking
wasn't
to
as bad
him.
as Biden.
Did he? He had Nancy Reagan talking to him from behind a tree when he was being interviewed. Nancy Reagan was prompting him from behind a tree.
Yes, it was disgusting.
I was around for that. I saw that Didi left because of Reagan.
I left the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's continue on with this, Didi.
That's how I feel. That's trapped in America.
Trapped in America. Yeah.
I need one of those.
Oh, Mark Zuckerberg for president. I hope not.
I'm sorry to be appearance focused, but Mark Zuckerberg looks like one of those children from a Steven Spielberg movie with disproportionate eyes and and this Russell Brand said, and a hairline that's way too high, and he just doesn't look real to me. He looks like almost looks like that comic character that he created for his metaverse thing. You know what I mean? He doesn't look real, does he?
Yeah.
Anyway, hang on a sec.
Like, see, I had this like shirt that said socialism or something, and then this person like walked up to me and was like, "You should move," and I was like, "Well, maybe you could pay for it."
People went up to her and said, "Maybe you should move if you don't like it here," and she said, "Well, maybe you can pay for it." I think that's a really great response.
Yeah.
That love it or leave it thing, which is a lot of people, you know, if you're like criticizing the government actually is patriotic.
Yeah.
But now it's seen as, oh, well, if you don't like it,
It's
leave it. So,
un-American.
it's un-American, exactly, to criticize the government now.
The un-American thing started with the Palmer raids in the 1920s as a thing of socialism. And at the time, they were criticizing it as the death of any kind of critique and the death of any kind of intellectual freedom. Because the only way you can prove that you're not un-American, it's really hard to prove it a negative, is to prove that you are more American than anybody. And to do that, you have to take all of those tropes and just push it.
Yeah, and that's right.
More bigoted than anybody else. You have to have more flags behind you.
Do they define what American is, or they don't?
That's
no,
the
you have
thing.
to. Yeah.
Yeah. If you are being accused of being un-American, you cannot disprove it except by showing that you are more American, more fascist, more unthinking, more going along with the narrative than anyone else, and ready to throw anybody else under the bus.
They tried to do that. Oh, that's so un-Australian. Now, you know, if they're using that in terms of that it's not
work here.
No, it doesn't work here now. But there was a point in time where if you were doing, and now I'm putting aside the way Indigenous people have been treated in the past, right?
Yeah.
If you were called if you said something, if somebody used that, people didn't use the term un-Australian.
They didn't. No.
They didn't. But that would have meant probably then being really unfair to people, right? Now they use it in a term that is sort of like the un-American thing.
Well,
isn't it?
It was John Howard who brought in the Australian values thing.
Oh yeah, what the hell is that?
Migrants had to take a test whether they complied with Australian values.
Yeah.
And that basically, I think, meant you're not a Muslim. That you aren't going to speak some horrible foreign language at home.
Yeah.
That you basically comply with governmental shit. I mean, it's like, the thing is, Australian values are more real Australian values, as I experienced them originally, is the idea of, everybody gets a fair go.
Yeah.
She'll be right, mate.
Except Indigenous people, unfortunately, and putting aside the Indigenous situation, that was it was sort of seen as a fair go thing.
And I'm as good as you.
Yeah, I'm as good as you. That kind of thing.
Pretty much a very Australian attitude.
Yeah.
And
people were all living in similar suburbs.
To see anybody as special.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether they were a prime minister, a movie star, or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like Kate Blanchett can live in Paddington, and people know where she lives. She just lives up the road, and and it's just Kate Blanchett. And,
there's none of that. There was none of that celebrity obsession stuff, really.
Yeah.
To me, anyway, it didn't seem like that.
Oh, Kate, you're so great. But I mean, it was like, you did a really good job, sort of thing, rather than, oh, it's Kate Blanchett.
Yeah. Anyway, we should get on with this.
We should.
Because I'm trying.
Yeah, that's what I always say now too. Pay up, baby. Reparations. Anyway.
Very proud.
And I thought this is funny because in that conversation, that's American Johnson there that's peeking. That's Luna's partner, sorry. And he's peeking his head in, and then they kind of make a thing because it's all about white people and criticizing whiteness and stuff.
Yeah. Hi, EJ.
Get out of here, white man.
Get out of here, white man.
That's the white man. Hey, white man, come here. You want to say anything to the panel today?
Hello, everyone. I can't say that one word.
You can't.
But it's me. I'm just using some of my white privilege here just to say hi. All right,
all that space.
My class. See you all. Have fun.
Your full head in the stream. All that
the
space.
whole thing. I'm taking it.
I thought that was funny.
You know, a lot of great points were brought up. And in the beginning, like this whole question of land back was being talked about. And it's so infuriating because you have this group of primarily, if not entirely, white so-called communists literally flanking so hard to the right on this issue, you know, making an issue of land back, of a movement that's, you know, centuries old. And then also embracing American patriotism because somewhere, somehow, they've made the calculation that embracing American patriotism, which is literally just code word for white supremacy, is somehow going to help the class struggle in the United States. It's a completely and utterly infantile approach, and it's so indicative of what we were talking about earlier that Professor Flowers brought up, is like the racism of the white left, like being unable to even be aware of how you're not going to lead any. There's literally been no class struggle that's been led on the basis of American patriotism, but there's been plenty of wars, there's been plenty of genocide, there's been plenty of mass murder, super exploitation, state repression, all of it that's been justified in the name of American patriotism. But yet here we are having to have, among so-called socialists and communists, having to have a debate that has literally been settled over and over and over again throughout the course of history. Even within the communist movement has it been essentially settled in the sense that white supremacy has been the biggest barrier, as was said earlier, literally like one of the biggest barriers to any kind of class unity, right? And when there has been class unity, it's only been when, let's say, certain sections of the Communist Party in this country was able to see the forest from the trees and say, okay, we really do need to develop solidarity with Black people. We do need to fight lynching. We do need to be part of that. Because if we don't, then guess what? All of us are essentially going to be much worse off because of it. But we don't have that kind of debate going on right now. What we have is a lot of talk about symbolism, a lot of talk about electoral politics, a lot of talk about slogans that these folks don't even understand, a lot of abstraction. And I think it really does come from, as was just said, this decay of capitalism. Like literally these forces are trying to just...
If you can hear purring, it was probably Nandi was laying on my chest while I was screen recording.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering who in there was a cat.
Throw anything they have, and they don't have much because they haven't studied these issues. They haven't. They don't have any relationships. I'm sure with movements that are led by Black people, by people of color, by Indigenous people. They don't have those relationships. They're literally looking at their suburban towns or their so-called small rural white communities and saying, well, that's America, and that's all, at the end of the day, it's all political calculus because it's all looking at this trend. And this is the big, broad problem, I think, that we're facing, is that there is this trend happening where a lot of people are simply looking at the Trump phenomenon still, even though Joe Biden, he's president, he's barely there, but he's president, but they're looking at this Trump phenomenon and what's happened since and saying, well, there's obviously this large section of white people who have been somehow just deemed working class in its entirety, is 60, 65 million people, and we got to win them over if we're going to win elections on the progressive side of things. And I think there has been this unfortunate merger of right-wing politics, white supremacy, with even so-called well-intentioned they're liberals because they're still on they're not communists, they're not socialists, but they're on the like Bernie Sanders spectrum, social democratic specter of politics, and they're making a calculation that, okay, if we're going to ever win anything.
What, Didi?
Oh, just I wanted to say, like this whole thing, this rejection of identity politics isn't just, this isn't important, we should be focusing on this. It's an actual hostility to people pushing for an end to racism or an end to homophobia or an end to transphobia.
It's hostile.
So because it's a hostility to it, it's actually racist, or it's actually homophobic, or it's actually transphobic.
Yeah, I was on a thread, fellow traveler, communist thread, live chat, and I mentioned something about that, and somebody said, "Oh, fuck ID poll." That's what they said.
Yeah, but if
this isn't a communist,
but if you've got a group of people who are nationalist, American socialists or whatever, who are kind of trying to identify with the working class, but not in a very socialist kind of way, and who are actively against marginalized groups, you've got the ingredients for fascism.
Yeah. Yes.
Because what is the dislike of communists or Jews or gypsies or black people, all the other people the Nazis didn't like, other than, that kind of racism and that kind of, and mix it with nationalism, and you're already 3/4 to fascism.
Yeah. And I don't mean to equate Max Blumenthal with fascism, but
no,
listen. Listen. I was going to say something. Something just occurred to me that I wanted to mention to people. Yesterday, I heard Max Blumenthal basically putting a question mark over the climate crisis. Sort of much talked about. He used this term. And I can't. What was the term he used?
If we assume there's a climate crisis, something like that.
Something to the effect of, if we assume there's a climate crisis. And I thought, what do you mean, if we assume? And this is where
you think that it's a question.
Yeah, and this is where he starts to get. You start to see. I saw that I saw that when he started talking about the planet of the humans. And he's ignored the COP26. He didn't even make a comment from what I saw from his Twitter. Maybe he did somewhere else, but I never saw him make a comment about COP26 like that isn't something important to say something about. And then, the anti-vaxxer stuff, which I've talked about. And so there's all these different things. I'm thinking, where is he going with all of this? It just gets more and more curious. You know what I mean? Because when you start putting question marks over, and that's how I interpreted it, Dee, that he put a question mark over whether there actually was a climate crisis. It was a little one, but I just sort of thought,
is there any,
what do you, what do you mean?
The most critical issue
what do you mean?
Of the planet.
Anyway, just sort of found that to be another sort of weird thing. But anyway,
we're not going to win over the neoliberals, so we got to win over the far right.
Yeah, climate change is absolutely real. It's not even change; it's a crisis.
And the most disgusting thing, and the thing nobody will look at, is that every year, there are limits. And every year we don't do something, or we do less than we could, then the next year you're going to have to do more. And it makes it more and more impossible.
And really, a lot of scientists are really, and I don't want to get into being very doomerish and pessimistic, because I've talked about this, my own feelings about it. I think it's all over, and you do too, Dee. And it was all over 2000, really. That was when was the last time. That's when Dee thought that's the last they could. And she's been involved a lot in environmental stuff, haven't you, Dee?
We shouldn't be trying to do the right thing.
No, we should be trying to do something, including becoming vegan, but being vegan for real good reasons of non-human animals. But the tremendous benefits of being vegan in relation to the climate crisis and all of that. But anyway, but anyway, it just anybody sort of putting a question mark over the climate crisis at this point is going to get a hell of a shock, Didi, in 10 to 15 years. Honestly and truly.
Royal Jenkins says Max is becoming like Alex Jones. I don't think he's quite.
No, he's not that bad.
Yeah.
Alex Jones sometimes sounds like he's literally having hallucinations. I've watched a couple of things where I've just thought, oh my God, is he on drugs? Like it really, really looked like he was having some sort of a delusion. Anyway,
if that makes any sense in the actual material.
No, Max Blumenthal is a very good journalist when it comes to imperialism, but this side venture that he's taken on, which is taking up most of his time now, the whole
anti-vax
anything that will stick in relation to vaccines, anything at all, and it doesn't have to have any journalism in it whatsoever. That is a big problem to me because it's actually causing hesitancy and it's causing death. I'm sorry, but he basically is contributing to a death toll by causing hesitancy and conflating all sorts of things into one thing. Anyway,
reality of struggle. Like the only way we should not be trying to build some kind of majoritarian movement in the morass and decay of empire. We need a critical mass of people that are principled, that are studied, disciplined, and hardened and experienced in the struggle to fight on the basis of real class unity, which means being able to understand the self-determination of oppressed people and oppressed nations, being able to be of service to those movements as we try to build a broader one. That's the only way it's ever going to happen. It's the only time there's ever been any success in the United States on the part of any kind of class struggle. But we're not having that conversation. We're literally having to talk about American patriotism, Trump versus non-Trump, neoliberals versus Tucker Carlson. Is Tucker Carlson good? All of this weird stuff. This is the media space, right? Like all of this.
Tucker Carlson too. Like, don't get me started about Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, really.
But he was. Yeah. There was an interview he did with somebody just yesterday, who was talking about, in the most misogynist terms, women and the military, right? That they didn't belong. But also, one of the things he said was and he was really pushing this toxic masculinity, alpha men in quotes thing. Basically, alpha men should be in control of it all, and they should be sitting on a throne of Chinese skulls.
Yes.
A throne of Chinese skulls.
Yeah.
That's what he said. And Tucker Carlson, with that strange look he always has on his face when he's interviewing people, didn't push back on that. I mean, that's sort of like that's like Apocalypse Now kind of somebody's take. You know, when you see The Simpsons, where Homer Simpson, he's doing some sort of flash thing where he's sitting on a fucking chair of skulls and with a demented look on his face. It's kind of, but except this is real life and these are real people. And can you imagine Chinese people in the United States seeing that,
watching that,
a throne of Chinese skulls, or people who wouldn't have missed it, as somebody said, people in China would become aware of that particular interview and the kind of unhinged, warmongering sort of talk about otherization, Didi. A throne of Chinese skulls.
Yeah.
Anyway, fucking disgusting.
Strange kind of flailing in the...
Hi, Yuri. I'm sorry. Yuri's another one. I can't see his comments, sadly.
Not staying long. Been listening for a long time.
Oh, you have? Are we making sense, Yuri?
Here, and so I need to get proper sleep. LOL, but I just wanted to make that.
Oh, nice to see you, Yuri, even though I can't see you.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, lovely to see you. Have a good sleep.
Have a good sleep.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't know where you're going, have no roadmap, so you're just trying to shoot your shot.
And one more thing, like Glenn Greenwald, Jackson Hinkle, Max Blumenthal, all seem to like Tucker Carlson, all refer to him as if there's nothing wrong with him. He's just a white nationalist, misogynist, racist who constantly pushes anti-Chinese propaganda and wants to have a war on China. He's a complete capitalist. But there's nothing wrong with him, Didi. He's fabulous.
In that thing on Assange that we watched, the Katie Halper thing.
Yeah.
What's his name came on there and just was standing.
Oh yes, Sagar Anjetti was
every
he must have mentioned his name.
Sentence he was on about. Tucker Carlson. Oh, Tucker Carlson. Oh, Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, this is on Katie Halper's.
It was pukesome.
Yeah, it was. It was about Julian Assange, and there was different people on.
It was about Julian Assange.
It was about Julian Assange, and the only thing that would have made it, I made a joke in the chat. I'm surprised I didn't get maybe hassle for it. I said only one thing would make it better if you interviewed Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
After Sagar Anjetti.
Yeah.
Nandi's trying to eat my microphone cord. Stop it, Nandi. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, this standing
briefly,
an obsession.
I have a few problems with that particular.
Oh Jesus!
Planet of the Humans thing.
Yeah.
There's parts of it that are really quite okay. There's parts of it that I'm not so happy with. I actually did a video on it on my channel some time back.
If Life is a Leaf.
Yeah.
Go join Dee Dee's channel, If Life is a Leaf. Yeah. She doesn't do near enough content because she's too busy yapping away to me on this channel.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway.
And it's not working. And it's literally making, unfortunately, a lot of white people even...
One thing I would like to say about... this whole thing, the whole thing is a scam because there are industries that are wanting to do green, that are saying they're wanting to do green stuff and they're cleaning up and all this sort of thing. So making out like the whole thing, climate change, is a hoax to make money for green industries and stuff. Holy crap. Corey Morningstar and Corey Morningstar, and there was somebody else, James Corbett, and James Corbett, I don't consider him on the left, or I don't know Corey Morningstar, but that sort of narrative. Now look, capitalism
also technically incorrect about a lot of the things they said about.
But capitalism is capitalism. It doesn't matter. Like if they're green industries or whatever they are, they're going to make money on it. But you know what? I would prefer an industry that actually. Now, I know there's problems with some of those green technologies, like they're actually not really doing what they say they're doing, but there are some that are, okay? It's not all bad.
Yeah.
But those industries, I would rather people make money doing something that's might actually be helping than helping oil industries by feeding into this narrative that it's all fucked, so let's just let it all go and let's just have
You're talking about the activists making money.
Any corporations making green technology, I would prefer that than to have oil industries.
I don't think that talked too much about those corporations.
No, I'm not talking about Planet of the Humans now. I'm just making a comment, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know how people are talking about, you know how people will shit on, they'll say that the whole climate thing is just a big scam for people that are saying they've got green technology to clean up.
Yeah.
And as if the whole climate thing is just made up. Do you know what I mean? So other industries can clean up.
No, the climate change thing is real, and there's a lot of...
Yeah, we know that.
Have some huge issues.
Didi, we know that, but I'm saying there are individuals like Corey Morningstar, I think, that is putting out that kind of narrative, right?
Yeah.
Now, I might be wrong about him. I haven't read everything he's said, but it sort of like starts to lean in that direction. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably a bigger discussion that we need to have another time.
Yeah, sure.
But and a fairly complex one. There's certainly a lot of tech companies that are misusing or profiting badly from or misrepresenting stuff. And, it's not like all things that are done for the environment are bad, because there's quite a few good things.
Look at Australia. If they'd had Didi,
China and its solar car.
Yeah, I was going to say
electric cars.
If Australia had done solar 30 years ago, we'd be off electricity.
Yeah,
we'd be, because we have so much sun here, right?
Yeah,
but you've worked. Didi has worked for a long time. On environmental issues in Parliament and all that kind of stuff. She helped start the West Australian Greens and all that kind of thing, right? And she realized a long time ago that government, they're not short of information about the climate collapse even back 30 years ago.
Yeah.
They knew that back then.
Yeah.
It was the political will not to do anything about it. It wasn't lack of information. They knew it was going to be a shit show now, and they did nothing. That was like 30, 40 years ago, wasn't it, Dee Dee?
In the 80s, I was working with the Institute for Science and Technology Policy, and we did some studies of like global energy use and also Australian energy use, modeling different responses. And at that point, I made the point that, you know, like we're going up and up, and every year you don't take action, the cost becomes higher because there are points where, you know, there will be feedback loops that will just send climate change out of control.
Yeah.
And we have to stop it before that.
Yeah.
And if people had started doing stuff in the 60s when it started to be talked about.
Yeah.
I mean, in the 70s, the community I was living in, we were powered by wind generators and we had homemade solar hot water heaters.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was possible back then to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If people had put in the energy into that technology then and started working on it, you know, it would have been a very easy path to no carbon emissions.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would have been, it wouldn't have been hugely restrictive. It wouldn't have caused huge changes. I mean, eventually the changes would have been very large, but they would have been gradual. At this point, you know, in order to do the kind of things they're talking about by 2030 or something, really honest to God, they should be making major global efforts, putting, you know, resources from, you know, stop all this political crap and wars and all that sort of stuff. Put all your energy and that kind of thing into, you know, climate issues. And you might get to those points, but it would be hugely disruptive.
Yeah.
And they don't want to be disruptive.
No. And look, I'll about Cory Morningstar, I'm not entirely sure. That was the impression I got. Maybe someone can correct me on that. But that's the impression I get, is that the whole thing is a big hoax. You know what I mean? It's a bigger hoax to make more money. Capitalism sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, capitalism, of course, is people are even targeting vegans now because they realize they're a niche. That's what capitalism does, doesn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
It finds niches and then it exploits them. Anyway, let's continue on with this. But yeah.
And further, it's like pushing them further off of the lurch. And, you know, we at Black and Gender Report talk about the Democratic Party is a huge part of that, because it's like literally killed the left in so many ways. It's taken all of these movements and taken their leadership and, you know, siphoned them off into the coffers and then disorganized, you know, and then that disorganizes the grassroots. But at the same time, we can't just be complicit in what the outcome of that is. We can't just say, okay, well, the outcome of that is politics in the United States are so much more to the right. White supremacy is more virulent and spreading like a cancer more than ever, just like COVID. And so we just got to give in, and we just have to start where people are. No. If you're a revolutionary, you're in the vanguard. If you're not in the vanguard, you don't want to be in that seat. You got to step back. You got to step back. And honestly, you should probably not be talking about things you don't understand. You know, that's how I feel about it. You don't want to.
That's a little poke at people that are talking about patriotic socialism and they don't know what they're fucking talking about.
Yeah.
And there's a fewer people doing that.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. What an oxymoron.
And to sit there and read some Marx and Lenin, and I don't know how much some of these people have actually read.
Yeah.
And sit there and then go, oh, so we can be racist, so we can be this and that, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. How can you be like, promoting racist positions like fuck minority groups organizing and then call yourself a socialist? What the fuck is that?
Be in the vanguard of the struggle, you don't want to try, you don't want to assert any kind of leadership in that way, then maybe there's something else for you to do. But you shouldn't be trying to act like you're some kind of pundit, you're some kind of voice in the struggle that has influence. Really, all that is business at the end of the day, you know, if that's really where you're at. So that's how I feel about all this. I really appreciate you all having this stream, listening to me ramble on about this stuff. Yeah, we don't even want to get into that Rittenhouse nonsense. So like that whole situation. Do we even want to open that can of worms where it's like, Rittenhouse,
you know what?
They're having a laugh about the Rittenhouse thing. I bet you they could hardly believe. I think they could hardly believe it when they saw people that call themselves leftists defending a white supremacist murderer. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I just remember being on Twitter when somebody said on Twitter, "Oh my God, what am I looking at on the Jimmy Dore show?" And I thought, what's happened? You know, because I don't really watch him anymore. Yeah. I unsubscribed when he went down this ridiculous, continual COVID stuff, and then this fucking Rittenhouse thing. But like, I mean, I think they're as incredulous about that whole thing of this defending Rittenhouse. You couldn't make that up.
Yeah.
You know, that's the last thing I thought would happen. Now I just, nothing will, I think after that, nothing probably will surprise me, although it probably will, but.
You're right, the victim. Yep.
You know what? I'm gonna go like this.
You talk about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's that. And now this is by Tom Nicholas, who is the other guy that was talking about how to spot a potential fascist. And he's talking about this idea of the West and quote unquote Western culture. And this is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
The idea that there exists a thing called Western culture, and by extension that culture is currently in crisis, relies upon three presuppositions. Firstly, that the culture that one applies that label to exhibits some degree of homogeneity. Secondly, that there has been a degree of historical continuity to that culture prior to this moment of supposed crisis. And thirdly, that this culture is in some way unique or distinct from other cultures. Now, like many others who use the term, Peterson doesn't seem to have ever offered a clear definition of what he believes Western culture to consist of. He's never explained where its geographical limits might lie, who it includes, and who...
No, he's talking about Jordan Peterson here.
Yeah. Actually, Natalie's done some really good things on this.
Oh, yeah, Natalie Wynn, ContraPoints has done some interesting stuff on Jordan.
On this.
On white culture?
On the West.
On the West, right,
and on Jordan Peterson.
Right, yeah.
It doesn't. Yet, he is clear on what its substance is. In one of the lectures...
I think, doesn't she call him Lobster Daddy or something?
Yes.
Meaning series, he argues that the proposition that underlies Western culture is that there's a transcendent morality predicated on the idea of God. To Peterson, then, Western culture...
Sorry.
She just called him Daddy.
Daddy,
and
that's right.
Has a scene with him in the bathtub. But... Cass Arris has been analyzing his books, and she calls the people who are his fans the little lobsters, and I think she may call him Lobster Daddy.
Oh, right. That's probably her, Lobster Daddy.
Refer to people and places that have been influenced by Christianity.
She's really worth looking at for anybody interested in that.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'm being a bit generous here in taking this as a definition, but this is actually far more specific than many other definitions of Western culture or the West, which generally try to draw a continuous line, starting with the ancient Greeks, weaving through the colonial nations of Europe, and ending in the contemporary United States. From Plato to NATO, as David Gress titled his 1998 book on the topic. Yet, even this focus on Christianity...
Has anybody read that from Plato to NATO? I haven't. I'm not familiar with David Gress.
Fails to truly address those presuppositions. On the point of homogeneity, Christians have spent as much of history tearing chunks out of each other as sharing in the body of Christ. And despite sharing a sacred text, different denominations extract wildly different modes of morality and being from the Bible. On the point of historical continuity, societies influenced by Christianity have taken wildly different forms throughout history. The religion has been integrated into feudalism, empire, fascism, and various forms of capitalism. In fact, making the case for such homogeneity and continuity would require sanding off the details to such an extent that it would be at the cost of our third presupposition, distinctiveness. For at that point, how distinct is Christianity from the other Abrahamic religions, or any other belief system for that matter? In truth, the idea of Western culture has always been one without substance, defined instead by what it is not. As Kwame Anthony Appiah writes, the very idea of the West, to name a heritage and an object of study, doesn't really emerge until the 1890s, during a heated era of imperialism. The West, at this point, was a way of distinguishing between the imperialist nations of Europe and the countries that Europe was colonizing. When those empires began to disintegrate in the middle of the 20th century, the term came instead to be used to distinguish between the capitalist nations and those in the Soviet sphere of influence. Since the fall of the USSR, however, the notion of the West has increasingly failed to cohere. For a brief period, militant Islamists plugged the gap in providing something to define the West against, although that moment too seems to have all but passed. If, as Peterson argues, Western culture is in crisis in the present day, then I would suggest that it is because it lacks an other to define itself against. The US's occasional saber-rattling against China or Russia perhaps seeks to rekindle some kind of us versus them geopolitical perception of the world, but it certainly hasn't reached the cultural pervasiveness of those previous cultural imaginaries. It's no surprise that Peterson finds this difficult to come to terms with. Not only is he obsessed with the Cold War, but his work is built on a series of binary oppositions, order and chaos, masculine and feminine, society and nature, which all, to some extent, only take on meaning through a conceptual opposition to their other. Faced with an object of study which essentially lacks any real substance, Peterson thus has to continually return to the ghost of the Soviet Union as a point of contrast for what the West is not, or otherwise, to paint those with a different view of what our world could and or should look like, the postmodern neo-Marxists he's so fond of, as external aggressors. 1984 perhaps provides an interesting lens on this. A key part of the novel's world-building is that Oceania is at constant war with one of two other superpowers, Eurasia and East Asia. The war itself only ever leads to minor gains or losses in terms of territory, yet it serves a useful political purpose at home. For the presence of a shared enemy and a shared commitment to fighting the war discourages people from asking too many questions about Oceania itself. In fact, with the ideals of the revolution having long since faded, the war is the only thing that really orients and defines this society. The idea of Western culture...
Has anybody read that War is a Force That Gives Us Meaning or something by Chris Hedges? I haven't read that, but that reminds me of that.
...which Peterson trades off is similar. Despite his best efforts to convince us otherwise, it lacks any real substance. If Western culture is in crisis, then perhaps it's because, like the weird conglomeration of distant nations that make up Oceania in 1984, it's because it never really existed in the first place.
Well said. Okay, now this next section is about Tina Desiree's, who has this channel called District 34, and she invited a woman called Amy, and I can't remember her last name, who filmed this next thing from the Pacific Beach, I think it is, of these MAGA people, and who were cheering on, I think, the police trying to move on or destroy unhoused people's
the
camp.
hatred of the poor, basically.
Hey, sorry?
The hatred of the poor.
Yes, the hatred of the poor. And sort of, what is in the mind of people that think that going in, that seeing people that have no home, have no house to stay in, and they have nothing, they have no power, no nothing, to want to crush them and to kick them.
People with a little bit of power find somebody they can victimize. They don't like seeing that level of poverty because they probably realize they could be there.
You think? I don't think it comes from that point of empathy or fear, darling. I think it's just like a hatred and contempt for, I don't know. It's why do people kick puppies? Why do soldiers throw puppies off cliffs? That kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Is it a sort of a lack of ability, a lack of empathy or something? But yes, there's all those other factors of maybe it is fear-based, Didi? Maybe it is fear-based, they don't want to, they see themselves as possibly ending up like that, and they want to smash it up. I don't know.
I had to go turn off an alarm.
Yeah, I know.
But,
I know.
Yeah, I think, I think that hatred comes from a place of their own insecurity in some way. I'm not saying it's directly, it's not from empathy at all.
No.
It's from a selfish fear that they
it's a
could end
sickness,
up like that.
like Holly said.
And also just the discomfort of seeing poor people, and then that feeling of superiority that I'm not, and that I can just bash these people up. I mean, I remember when I was growing up, there was a lot less kind of overt shit like this going on, but you would hear stories of people setting drunks on fire.
Yeah.
Wow. In alleys and so on.
And this is in the 60s.
Like young kids.
In the 60s.
Yeah, young men, teenage, early 20s, would get drunk and do that kind of stuff. They'd go and find some person who was an alcoholic, passed out, and in an alley, who was homeless, and they would cover them with lighter fluid or petrol and set them on fire.
Jesus God, yeah.
And that happened from time to time. This is in the 60s.
Wow.
And the 50s, actually. But,
the hatred of the poor, that is such a thing, isn't it? The hatred, and also criminalizing people who want to help unhoused people. Criminalizing that is that shows a spiritual death of a country. And I see that happening in Australia where, unhoused people are becoming more and more common. And when it becomes normalized, that's when you know your country is heading for a spiritual death.
When it
and
becomes
that's when
not only normalized, but becomes bureaucratic.
Acceptable.
Where, like in Florida, they arrested those priests because they have laws against feeding the poor.
Yeah.
And a spiritual death, absolutely. I mean, they're arresting a Christian priest for doing what Jesus preached. In fact.
Yeah, and all those. So and then the same breath, Didi.
Yeah.
Those people who are poo-pooing would say that they're big. They love Jesus. Oftentimes, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That whole weird fascist love of Jesus.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Anyway, this is just a little snippet of happened the other day in Los Angeles, I think.
Yeah.
The 9th District in Pacific Beach, San Diego. I'm sorry, it wasn't in Los Angeles. The DA is now charging multiple counter-protesters with felonies and conspiracy to commit charges and no Trump supporters. I'm not sure what that means. Anyway, Amy is the director of homeless outreach for Housing for the Homeless, and you can donate to housing for thehomeless.org. So anyway, this just begins with this MAGA person talking to somebody. I mean, this insane chanting, seriously and truly. If you stop those people and said, okay, what does that mean that you're saying USA, USA? What exactly do you mean right now? Right now, what does that mean to you?
You mean USA should what? Make sure homeless people don't get any homes.
Do you know what I mean, though, Didi?
Yeah, sure.
I'd love to ask that woman there with the megaphone thing. What exactly does that mean to her? Right at this moment, what does this chanting USA mean to her?
Yeah.
That would be really interesting.
Well, to me, like I say, it is more fascist in some senses than Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil.
Yeah.
It's just mindless.
Yeah.
It's a mindless chant which is nationalistic.
But it's not but the thing is, it sounds mindless, but there's so much behind it, Didi.
Well, there's behind Sieg Heil
when you watch the rest of this, it gets into fuck Antifa, fuck homeless people. It encompasses so much. And by the way, this whole fuck Antifa thing, that is so mindless because for so many reasons, right?
Yeah.
But the whole thing is basically fuck anybody from the
fascism?
left. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I think that's the homeless hater, actually. Because the way he flipped me off, no one would know me except for him. So he must be the homeless hater that comes through here. What the fuck? What homeless guy?
These guys were trying these guys. They started talking to him. He went across the line.
Okay, so now one of our... Where? No, you're not arresting our unhoused neighbors. What homeless person?
They tried to murder people in our nation's capital 3 days ago, and you are facing us.
Okay, so the guy that flipped me off with the OB shirt on, I think, is one of the homeless haters that comes over here and terrorizes us.
That's disgusting.
I mean, that's really
behavior.
American to terrorize your poor community members.
And these would be the same people that it would be saying support the troops, Dee.
Yeah.
And aren't the troops wonderful?
Yeah.
And yet there's unhoused vets there, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is what's so morally compartmentalized about it.
Yeah.
Really fucking American. I'm here with Homeless People Matter. No one has offered one of our housing insecure friends food or water today. We're this deep in people, and no one has offered any of us food or water. How's that for Make America Great?
And I really actually wish I had magical powers and I could pinpoint who in that crowd are agent provocateurs as well.
Yeah.
Because you can guarantee there'll be
There
FBI plants in any of these types of things. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because the idea is to create so much division, to create a fascists against the anti-fascists, and create chaos, constant chaos.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, no one's paying attention to the powers that be that are cleaning up.
Yeah. Oh, Dawn's come back.
Oh, hey, Dawn.
Dawn.
We're still here. Because we can't shut up. Nice to see you back,
It's
Dawn.
only 4:40.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes. Yes. This is we're coming to the last 9 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
I am pissed. I am so mad. One of these guys is our homeless hater. One of these guys. He came up and flipped me off. He knows who I am because I go head to head with these guys in the middle of the fucking night in Pacific Beach.
Did you get that when they fucking maced the old lady? You didn't get that, did you? You didn't get that, did you?
I can kind of imagine this happening on the Gold Coast.
Oh yeah, on the Gold Coast. Yeah, that's a real problem there.
Supremacy not a sin? Is black supremacy not a sin?
This is we're witnessing what happens when a government completely abandons people, and capitalism has basically turned everybody into grabbing for themselves and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And lacking empathy for those that are victims of this capitalist system. I mean, it makes me so sad because, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that awful saying that Species is saying, crabs in a barrel. That's what this looks like to me.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, when somebody is homeless, where do they go?
Yeah.
Where do they expect them to go?
Yeah. The US has an internal refugee problem. That's what this is.
Well, and they've talked about moving them to some sort of camps and kind
of
desert
areas.
I mean,
and you hear these celebrities sort of saying, "Oh, when they have to see it, right?
Yeah.
They just want it out of their eyes. They don't care if it's fixed up, right?
No.
If these people get houses and stuff, even though there's more houses than homeless people, I think, in the United States, right? But they just want it out of their sight.
Well,
and
I mean,
now
that's
San
been
Francisco,
a law in the States for ages about loitering.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to sleep on the street. You're not allowed to.
In San Francisco, now there's a lot of human excrement all around San Francisco. And now people are going, oh, God, we've got to do something. But they just want it to go away. They don't want to fix the causes of it. They don't want to look at. They don't want to look at. But they don't want to look at this functional system that has made these people. They're unhoused and they're living out of their cars and stuff. They don't want to fix that because they're doing fine. Thank you very much with this capitalist system. I'm talking about rich people and celebrities, right?
Yeah.
They're doing fine. Thanks very much. They don't want that to change. They just they don't want to see it. It's inconvenient.
I was just going to say, one of the things when I was traveling about Europe in the 70s and that kind of stuff, one of the things I loved is that most European cities have bathhouses.
Have what houses?
Have bathhouses.
Right.
Where you can go, like in London, there's things where you'd go. In London, they actually have bathtubs,
Right.
like little cubicles next to each other where there are bathtubs, and you can go in, pay $1.50 or whatever, and have a bath.
Oh, really? Does it have that now, Didi? I don't know.
I don't know, but they did.
Yeah.
In the 70s, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
And it was like in most European cities, there were places where you could go and wash. They might cost something, but they weren't expensive.
Yeah.
They were like public bathhouses.
Yeah.
And of course, in the Middle East and places like that, hammams and stuff are almost everywhere. Any village will tend to have a hammam, which is a bathhouse. And it seemed like such a civilized thing.
Yeah.
And in places like, I don't know if there's anything like that in Hobart. I don't think there's anything like that in
we're flat out finding a rubbish bin in Hobart.
Well, at this point, they've started to take down public toilets because they claim, they get used as beats or they get used
but it's just to save money, so they don't have to have people going in and cleaning them.
Yeah.
It's all of that.
But I mean, what does that do for people? I've noticed here they've been taking away rubbish bins from the street.
Yeah.
And
anything to save money.
I remember kind of when rubbish bins really started coming in, and it was anti-littering.
Now they've taken away public telephones because they want everybody. But they want everybody to use mobile phones. So now they can track everybody.
Yeah.
Before, when people had, public telephones, you couldn't really do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, but we're not equating all of this to this serious situation where people are unhoused. But it's all sort of.
No, but I mean, what it means for people who are poor is that they can't make a phone call.
Yes.
They can't go to the toilet.
Yeah.
Why is there shit in the streets in San Francisco?
Yeah, exactly.
It's because there are no public toilets.
Well, yes, of course.
If there were public toilets that were open, people would probably use those.
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If there were, public bathhouses, and that's not a solution to homelessness, but it helps.
Oh, look, Dawn was saying in Arizona and New Mexico there are truck stops where everyone can bathe for a small fee. Well, that's really great.
That's pretty good.
I know in Australia for a while there they had free coffee.
Truck stops.
Sure.
And truck drivers use those.
Yeah. But we remember they used to have free coffee on various spots on highways in Australia. Do they still do that? Yeah, which I think is actually really amazing.
Yeah.
It's a simple thing, but it's actually really
we have really
smart.
Long highways.
Yeah, really long highways.
You might be going from, in WA, for example, you can travel from
Western
Roadhouse
Australia.
to Roadhouse.
You need to spell that out, Didi. Yeah.
You can travel from Roadhouse to Roadhouse, and it's 400 kilometers.
Yeah, yeah.
It's basically a tank of gas between one and another. And when you get there, there's various facilities and things.
Yeah. But now the campsites are just popping up everywhere, and it's like in these fucking people's faces that can't tolerate the idea. They don't want to look at it. It's ugly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're popping up everywhere now.
Camps.
Pardon? Homeless camp sites. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, homeless camps are popping up everywhere, and that's a real. These people that don't want to acknowledge, don't care. Right? It's really bothering them, and I think it's only going to get worse and worse and worse, and I hope it bothers them. The thing is that they'll end up trying to get their idiot politician to do more and more things to make it awful for people that are suffering.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. Oh, he's got he's got pepper spray in his pocket, that guy, see? Or a knife, one of the two. Somebody's got a knife.
Yeah.
Maybe it's that guy.
Jesus.
What?
Made to ride 45 Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The Trump thing has never ended.
Yeah.
For some people, like they'll just go straight through to 2024. With Trump flags and stuff. They're waiting for their leader, and I'm not saying that Biden isn't a crypto-fascist, but they're waiting for their leader to come back so they can go full on and really fuck these people up, Dee. Really fuck them up. Fuck them up, fuck the minority groups, fuck the gays, fuck the trans people, fuck the Latinos,
women.
Fuck everybody.
Women.
They're waiting for their leader to come back and give the okay for that.
Yeah. These people don't look like they've got problems with money. I'm sorry, do they? They don't. No. They don't. They look like they've got money.
No one's claiming that. We just know the difference between right and wrong. We know that communism is evil.
Fucking idiots. Communism is evil. Talk about propagandized to the fucking hilt. And of course, that's been the biggest religion of the United States is anti-communism. That's one of their biggest religions, Dee, isn't it? They've been fucking shitting on communism for fucking forever.
Yeah.
But here's the other part. If you think that we're all racist because we support Donald Trump, we're Arabs, brainwashed, Arabs, Mexicans, Africans. I'm gonna be Mexican right now. Okay, thank you for making it racist. I never gonna get. You got that on film? Fuck Antifa, you motherfucker.
See? Fuck the anti-fascist. I mean, he actually, I don't, is he idiot enough to think there's an actual organization? I mean, they just
means fuck anybody who's opposed to fascism.
Yeah, they just parrot back whatever, whatever Trump says. Yeah, just doesn't even, they don't even know what they're fucking talking about.
Yeah.
And they're actually working against their own, a lot of people all of them are working against their own interests. That's, you know what I mean? That's the ultimate sad irony of it all, isn't it?
My ass. That's what they do.
What does the 45 represent?
I don't know, 45? Oh, no, that's Trump. 45, Trump.
Why
the 45th president.
Oh.
My corner, my country. Where's your patriotism?
I guess. Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, see? This one. If you hate the country so much, why don't you fuck off?
Yeah.
I'll buy your ticket.
I'll buy you a ticket. Well, that'd be good. I'd say, well, if you'll also set me up in an apartment somewhere, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I will buy your ticket. You go pretty nice. Cuba, New Zealand, wherever.
Cuba, New Zealand, yes, please.
Yes.
I mean, New
And
Zealand.
get me a passport.
Yes, please, New Zealand. I mean, if there's a place to go, that'd be the place, wouldn't it?
John, yes.
Yes.
John
yes.
says the
Buy
one
me a
with the red
ticket.
Bag, about your thing about rich people, the one with a red bag is wearing an Apple Watch and Fabletics casual wear.
Tell them that, Michael says, tell them it was the communists who defeated the Nazis. Their heads will explode. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, kill the poor. Exactly. That's. I mean, this guy, like, and this is the thing. A lot of actually those people that were at the insurrection that January 6th actually had money, and they were business owners.
Yeah.
Interestingly. Yeah. Oh, hang on a sec.
It's funny how people from other countries come here to leave socialism, and they're telling you guys are all fucking crazy.
See, I don't even think they'd be talking about socialism, Dee Dee, if Donald Trump hadn't, toward the end of his presidency, was constantly hammering.
Antifa.
Yes, including Joe Biden in the Antifa thing.
Joe Biden is
how
Antifa.
Hilarious. Yeah. But honestly,
anybody to the left of him.
If he'd been saying, oh, the Latinx are responsible for every problem, he'd be going on like that.
Yeah.
This is all just parroting back whatever the leader has said to them, and they think that's they're being Donald Trump stands. They're just parroting back that. That's what I reckon.
Yeah.
They don't even know what they're half the time what they're even talking about. If you tried to get them to explain what communism is, they wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yet it's evil.
Yeah.
You guys don't have an argument. What is your argument? What is your argument? You don't have one. You don't fucking have one. You guys are fucking stupid.
Yeah, we are.
What is your argument?
We're dumb.
Everyone's just trampling over them. The irony is killing me.
Yeah. And I'm not a white supremacist. I'm a preacher and I'm an immigrant. Oh, no way.
Here's this bullshit USA again.
Yeah.
It really is just the big fascist dog whistle, isn't it?
It is. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything.
No, it doesn't mean anything.
It's a violent, aggressive chant.
Yeah. It's like, we're going to fuck you all up. Just wait. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the guy with the knife, I think, is the person that doesn't like our unhoused neighbors.
That's why I dressed down because I wanted to look all fucking day.
We've had a crew coming through Pacific Beach, attacking our unhoused neighbors. Is he the one that hates homeless people? Do you hate?
I'm sorry. I just saw Dawn's thing about I'll take
Moore.
the ticket to New Zealand. Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I tell you what, if we had the money, we'd buy you one, Dawn. Actually, if we had the money, we'd get everybody out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worry. I worry about people living in that country.
Yeah. All the people we care about.
We have 400. Hey, does anyone in this group care that we have a bunch of unhoused vets out here? And we have a lot of unhoused folks right here in Pacific Beach. Just if anyone cares about their fellow Americans, we could sure use some help.
That's
really.
A request she's not going to get many takers on.
And all these people too, I mean, really and truly, all these people too are victims of that system too. All the, all these people, no matter what side they're on, that's the sad thing. It's like, Ahed Tamimi said about a lot of the very racist, and there's a lot of them, sadly, in apartheid Israel. She said, they're victims too of this system.
Yeah. You
know what I mean?
Yeah.
And which I thought was really amazing, Ahed Tamimi to have, that kind of empathy,
compassion,
for everybody, basically, which is what we should be trying to do. I know I have goes with these people, but it's because it's just so fucking sad, and there are people suffering and dying because of it.
Yeah.
And it's only going to get worse. Yes, here we go. Fuck Antifa. If it's not USA, it's fuck Antifa. Fuck anti-fascism. Well, that was fun. And anyway, this last one is John Campbell, and it's just he's just talking about Omicron, and this is like 3 days old. Every day it changes. Well, every day there's more information. But I just thought this was sort of just a little bit of an interesting thing. And this is the last bit. It's only like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll call it a night because I think we've been on for like 5 hours or something, which is how our live streams seem to go. Yeah. And it's really amazing anybody's still here. Oh, hi, Nolly. And hi, nice to see you again.
And she was talking about
Turtle Island. That's exactly right, yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
Chris Whitty's saying that we've got Omicron as well as Delta at the moment. So what he's saying is number of Omicron infections is rising very fast, of course, very fast. But the Delta cases are flat. So what Chris Whitty...
Now he's talking about the UK now.
The chief medical officer is saying here is that we actually have two pandemics at the moment. We have the Delta one, which is staying flat, and we have the Omicron one, which is exponentially increasing. Now, this is not what we saw in South Africa. What we've seen in South Africa is Omicron replacing Delta. So I am confident that the Delta cases are going to go down as the Omicron cases increase over time. We're just not seeing it yet. And as the Omicron cases, which are causing minimal symptoms, we hope, go up, the Delta variant, which is causing nasty symptoms sometimes and hospitalization, goes down. I think that could be a hopeful combination, and I would hope that even though there's lots of Omicron cases, this is going to be balanced out in terms of hospitalization, in terms of decreased Delta, but it's not happening yet. The data is showing that Delta is still with us, that we have two pandemics at the same time. Delta is not going away but being built on, according to the current data. But I do predict in the next few days that will change, and the Omicron will start displacing the Delta as it did in South Africa, and that could have very good implications for hospitalizations and people getting sick. It really would be immensely surprising if it didn't displace it the same as it's done in South Africa. That would be immensely surprising. So I'm predicting that Delta is going to reduce pretty soon. Globally, World Health Organization, Omicron is spreading across the globe at an unprecedented rate, of course, WHO. Dr. Tedros, surely we've learned by now that we underestimate this virus at our peril. Okay, fair enough. Even if Omicron does cause less severe disease, the sheer number of cases could once again overwhelm unprepared health systems. So we still don't know for sure.
Or under-resourced.
Just to finish.
Yeah.
Not just unprepared, but under-resourced. Health systems.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I mean, a lot of health systems have been under incredible strain for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And, the healthcare workers are completely exhausted.
Yeah.
Some of them have died.
Yeah.
Some of them have just left because it's too much.
Yeah.
And it's hard to replace all of those people.
I'm thinking, thank God I'm not a nurse now. That's what I'm thinking, because that would be horrific, Didi.
Yeah,
to have to deal with this. It's hard enough, particularly now with a completely under-resourced public health system, which is intentionally under-resourced so that the government can privatize everything and say, look, see, the public health system doesn't work. I mean, it'd be way worse than, you know what I mean? Every decade it'd be worse and worse, and it is. It's already stretched. And then to have to deal with a whole lot of COVID cases on top of that, it'd be really hard to imagine.
Well, or to deal with another wave of COVID cases that's going to be a really major wave, a tsunami.
Yeah.
Today, that's good. It looks like the UK government's responded to the vitamin.
Now, this is what I just wanted to point out. I'm sorry that I keep on banging on about vitamin D, but it's so important. And it's not, this isn't about getting enough sun, because a lot of people get plenty of sun. Like Didi you got plenty of sun, and she found out she had dangerously.
I was doing a lot of work outside.
Yeah, dangerously.
Critically low.
Critically low.
D.
And there are people in Israel apparently this doctor was talking to John Campbell about a week ago, and he said that there are a lot of Israelis who, they get plenty of sun, and their D levels in their blood are very low. And apparently, if you have low D levels in your blood, are you more susceptible to severe COVID disease, more severe symptoms and possibly death due to low blood levels, but you're also susceptible to many other diseases, cancer, diabetes, and all of that. It just makes it much easier to,
there's a whole bunch of things that vitamin D is important for.
Yeah, really, really important.
Outside of COVID.
Yeah, it apparently influences all cells in the body. That's how important it is. So a lot of doctors now who are in the know are suggesting people, it doesn't matter if you get plenty of sun or not, take, about, some say now 4,000 units, which actually translates into small milligrams, really. 4,000 units of vitamin D every day, and that includes summer, because that's sort of where we're at now. Basically, so much D deficiency in the world that supplementation is important, and there are vegan vitamin Ds, so you don't, because vitamin D is made from lanolin in the sheep's skin and sheep's wool and stuff like that. That's one of the things, but you can actually get vegan vitamin D, and we're both vegan, so we take vegan vitamin D, and it works fine, doesn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah. And for people of color, because they have pigmented skin, they'll tend to create less vitamin D anyway. And with between wearing clothes to avoid skin cancer, and I don't know how much outside of Australia people do that, but I think a fair bit.
Yeah.
And the fact that a lot of us spend a lot of time indoors these days. It's really common for people of color to have low vitamin D levels.
Yeah, the hypothesis is, that's one of the reasons so many black people, a disproportionate amount of black people are dying from COVID, because of the high pigment in their skin. They've got very low vitamin D serum levels, and that makes them more susceptible to severe disease and dying. So that's something that, is important for people to pass around.
Similarly with age, because as you age, you get less able to synthesize vitamin D. It's one of the reasons older people may be more susceptible.
Say that again, Dee Dee. I'm sorry, I was reading the comments.
Because older people, as you age, your body loses its ability to synthesize vitamin D.
Oh, yes.
And so older people are low on vitamin D, and therefore that may be one of the factors that means that older people are more susceptible.
Yeah, there was a period where I found out I had very low vitamin D levels, and I actually at the same time, I realized this possibly later, that I had, for a period of time, I had incipient diabetes. That means it's just before it actually turns into diabetes. And I really feel like I was carrying some extra weight at the time, but it wasn't really, no, it wasn't problematic really. I could have lost a few kilos, but I really believe that at the time, because this is before I supplemented with vitamin D, that I did have really, really low D levels, and I think that made me very susceptible to that, and also I think I have a history, I have a bit of genetic predisposition. My being adopted, my birth father died early of a heart attack, and also he had diabetes and stuff. He was like 50 or something when he died, and I feel like I probably have a predisposition to that. But it's something to consider. And Nolly D was saying her girlfriend is an ICU nurse in Seattle. Yeah, I've worked in ICU. It's a great place to work, but I can imagine it would be that was my main thing, was working in ICU and neurosurgical ICU, but I can imagine it would be just crazy. It would just be so wild trying to work there and have all those COVID cases and stuff. It would be, and also when it was new, the things that were happening would have been a surprise to everybody. clots flying out and causing, embolisms and strokes and all sorts of things. Would have been a nightmare. And now, just with everything sort of like, you can't rely on the government to do anything. Like that government in the United States did it all wrong in the beginning, and now that's why it's a shit show. If they'd just done it right in the beginning, Didi, and it would have been much better. Although every state you have to have a cooperation of all states to be able to. You have to have uniform policy in that way, don't you?
You do.
For to be able to control the pandemic.
Yeah.
And sadly, that was never going to happen. Anyway, but yeah, it's just. Like, people don't think about these poor healthcare workers, how stressful that would be. And then to have to say to people, I'm sorry, but you can't come in, your mother's going to die, but you can't come in and see them because of, all the whole thing. And that's why it's so sad, all this...
how stressful it would be for nurses to say that to somebody.
Yes, and seeing people dying of that awful disease that are all alone... just the whole thing would just be awful. It just makes me really sad. And all the older people too, who probably were already isolated and anyway, it's just really, really sad. It's totally unavoidable. This is all unavoidable because these governments can absolutely afford to fund public hospitals. If you understand monetary theory, if you know that there's no such the deficit myth, it's a myth. If you read Stephanie Kelton's book, and so these governments can absolutely afford, just like they afford to give $780 billion every year, or trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars to the military-industrial complex to kill people, they can also easily provide for the public hospitals and actually put on, train more staff and all of that. And it's all about their own lining their own pockets and health insurance industries, and all that, lobbying and all of that.
And just look at what China did as far as building hospitals.
Yes.
They just whacked up these massive, very efficient, high-tech hospitals. And it shows what a society can do when it works together and mobilizes its resources.
Yes, exactly. Did you see the way they built that hospital? They did a time-lapse thing of that hospital that they built. It was gigantic.
Yeah.
And they did it in 5 days, didn't they, Didi? They built a whole...
I don't remember if it was 5 days. It was
yes,
very,
they
very
built
short.
A whole hospital.
It was huge, and
It was huge. And that's what, that's what governments should be doing. They're supposed to be public servants. They're supposed to serve the public. They're not supposed to be our rulers. They're not supposed to be feudal lords and ladies.
And they're supposed to, in a democracy, they're supposed to represent the people and carry the people's will into government.
Yes.
Instead of we're your representatives and we'll tell you what to do.
Yeah, they're not celebrities and they're not our friends. Anyway, Nolly said she's been pretty messed up. She had to take 3 months off. So she was so beside herself. I bet.
Yeah, I bet.
And do you remember that video of that nurse in Texas? I don't know where it was, Galveston or something,
I think
Texas.
We did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is in the beginning of the pandemic, and she said they were wheeling these patients in, and they had this area called the Hole or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where they would.
It was ICU.
ICU, and they had this sort of place in the ICU, the Hole, where I guess they just wheeled patients in that they didn't think they could do anything for them.
Well, I think it was basically almost all of ICU, and it was the COVID patients.
Yeah. And she said it was just appalling. Like she couldn't believe it. It was just sort of so. Well, I'd say that's been going on all along, because now I remember seeing somebody from Chicago, a nurse in Chicago, saying that they can't take any more patients in their hospital. Yeah. So that becomes a sort of almost like an India-like situation, where in India, when they had the spike in cases, there were people dying outside the hospital and they ran out of oxygen and nobody could get oxygen, and people were doing black market oxygen because they were so desperate. And I mean, oh my God, I couldn't even bear to even think what was going on in India then.
Yeah.
Like that was so, couldn't even bear to even think about how bad that would be.
That order that everybody should go back to their villages and towns.
And that's because that fascist Modi also wasn't supplying enough, was not funding things enough, wasn't prepared, was doing that lackadaisical, doing things after the fact.
And also, although India has a very large pharmaceutical industry, able to make any of these drugs, they wouldn't give them the patents.
Yeah. I should look up how many people died during that time, because they had, cremations going non-stop. No, exactly. They had cremations going non-stop in places that weren't even crematoriums. It was sort of like just frighteningly bad it was. Yeah. I mean, we're never going to know. I often think this, but we're never going to know the horror stories that have happened during this pandemic. There'd be millions of horror stories that people have had to experience, and that includes health workers that we'll never know about, that go on every single day. There was something I was thinking of something else I was going to add in. Anyway, but yeah, so anyway, it's just awful. I'll continue this on.
Vitamin D deficiency. So we know that huge numbers of people in the UK are deficient in vitamin D.
Anyway, but by the way, to finish that story, I didn't go over into getting diabetes, and I started supplementing with vitamin D, and then things kind of were okay. But that was a scary thing, and I really think low vitamin D had a lot to do with that.
Yeah.
That's what I think anyway.
And it looks like the government's responded, so let's see what the government have said on this now. Free vitamin D supplements for people at high risk from coronavirus 19 are service closed. Oh, okay.
And that's how the UK government deals with this. Instead of providing free vitamin D for the fucking public, what do they do?
Yeah.
This is something that really, really, this is why I mention it so much, because it's sort of like under the radar, really. Yeah. Even though I know that they know, right? Yeah. And they're not doing anything about it.
That's why they had a free service in the first place.
Yes.
Because they knew.
Yeah, and right in the middle of Omicron, Didi.
And they are supposed to be a public health.
Yeah, and right in the middle of Omicron, this is what they do. And I really feel like this is part of happily trying to knock off particularly dark-skinned people.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
By not providing, and not education either, Didi. No education about that.
Yeah.
That to me is suspect.
Right. Fair enough. So the government response during a period of massively escalating Omicron is to close the service for free vitamin D, despite the fact that we know that people that are low on vitamin D are immunocompromised. If you understand that, do let me know, because I sure as heck don't. It is quite inexplicable. Quite inexplicable. There you go. That's the response of the UK government. Answers in the comments if you understand that one, please. If you're from the government, let me know, because I don't understand it, and I don't think any people watching this understand it, government, so please do inform us. Please do inform us. Okay, so there we go. Cases massively escalating. You are going to be exposed to Omicron. Virtually, if you're watching this video, I think it's fair to say you're going to be exposed to Omicron at some point in the next days, weeks, or a month or two. Have your immune system as optimized as you can, and thank you for watching.
Anyway, so that was John Campbell, and I'd say 97% of all he says on his channel, pretty much what I've seen, has been really good quality stuff. No politicization. He's not an anti-vaxxer. He's not into conspiracy theories. He just tries to provide the science and also the data, and he's been doing that pretty much every day for since this whole thing began.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been watching him now for about a year or more every day. So if you're inclined and you want to keep up with the changing landscape of Omicron, that's probably a good channel to watch. Usually, anytime I recommend somebody, then they start doing something wackadoo. Hopefully that won't be the case.
Don't say anything. We don't want John to go up. Yeah,
hopefully that won't be the case anyway. But I think he's been incredibly valuable during this time, and it's great. It's great to actually get stuff that isn't political and it isn't sort of what do you call it? Just conspiratorial. It's sort of a change because it's just everywhere.
One of the nice things is he actually gives you the sources of all that information. And basically tells you what he knows and what he doesn't know.
Yeah. Oh, and anyway, there's an interesting interview with a doctor in Israel, and you should check it out because there's some interesting things that he says in that. Anyway, so this is the end of the stream, and I think it's majorly heroic to stick around for 5 hours and 20 minutes while we ramble on. And my apologies if I happen to say anything that mightn't be you never really know, because I don't have a great knowledge about a lot of things, and I don't try to pretend like I do, but it's like you never know if you've
not
said
like me who knows everything.
And you don't want to sort of put out any more rubbish into the internet sphere or whatever. So anyway, but I hope that you found these. We hope you found these little clips interesting. I thought they were interesting, and it's good to kind of like some of the things in there. There's little tidbits of information I wasn't aware of in some of these videos, which is kind of, it's always interesting to share that with other people and chat and stuff. And so anyway, I don't think there's anything else we really have to say. Does anybody want to bring something up or make some comments about stuff? But anyway, hopefully we didn't put out any sort of any kind of information that was confusing, because I don't want to add to the already massive amount of stuff that's on the internet that's confusing. Of course, it's all just our opinions as well on different things, and hopefully I didn't offend anybody, because you can always manage to offend people on the internet now. Particularly when you talk about COVID. In real life, particularly when you talk about COVID. But anyhow, we might go now. So thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much,
and it was really fun. And hopefully we might try and be back around Christmas Eve, because
or maybe
people
winter solstice, summer solstice.
What date is that, Didi?
The 21st.
21st. Well, I was thinking if it was closer to Didi. I was thinking it was closest to the 24th and 25th. That's when people often tend to feel most isolated.
Well, we can do that too.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. If we've got some things to talk about, I just don't want to be sitting there mindlessly talking about stuff, but you know what I mean. I'll try and gather some things during that time to chat. We can chat about, or maybe we can just play a game and chat. But you know how it is when it gets closest to 24th and 25th. Sometimes some people can feel particularly isolated, and everything goes incredibly dead everywhere, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Didi, people leave town, things shut down, and if it is as if it isn't bad enough sometimes for people who have problems with family stuff and bad memories and things, and then you have everything go completely dead.
Yeah.
So sometimes that's a good time to have a live stream and hang out.
I remember one Christmas I spent in Perth. I was not living there then, and I ended up staying in this hotel, as in pub. It was a gay pub, and the thing was, it was closed for Christmas. And
oh,
so
no.
Everything was closed. All the restaurants were closed.
Oh,
and stuff
no.
like that in the center of town. I did find a Chinese restaurant that was open because they don't celebrate Christmas.
Oh, if I'd known you then, I would have invited you somewhere. When was that? How old were you then?
That was when I was working in Parliament.
Okay.
That was in the 90s.
Oh, okay.
Probably 94 or...
Oh, okay.
5, something like
that. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, anyway, it's lovely to see you all again, and thanks so much for joining us. And I hope that you have a lovely rest of the evening. And Holly, you're a real trooper. Holly just hangs in right to the end. You're amazing. And Dawn and Michael and everybody and Nolly. I'm so sorry that your girlfriend has had so much trauma through working as a ICU nurse. Much love to her. Everybody, Royal Jenkins, thanks so much for joining. We haven't met you before. And who else is there? Carl. I don't know if Carl's still there. And Kim's gone. And I sound like that woman that does the magic mirror, saying hello to people through the magic mirror. Anyway, anybody else that we missed out on, so have a lovely day tomorrow. It's almost 5:30 p.m. here. We might go for a walk or something, and because it's been still windy. So anyway, I'm going to sign off now. So thanks so much for watching. Much love. And may there be peace in the world, and may there one day be a vegan planet sooner than later. What's that, Didi?
Don't close it till we say our goodbyes.
Oh, okay. Have you said your goodbyes?
I'm writing it up now.
Oh, okay. Hurry up, Didi. Otherwise, it'll be the longest goodbye in the world.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna end it now, Didi.
Yeah.
Okay. So one day may there be a vegan planet. I'm gonna end it now. Bye for now. Bye.